Patterson, where are we on the agenda? I think we have a Costco item up sometime this afternoon, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do. That brings us exactly to our 1 o'clock time certain. And bear with me while I read these two companion items into the record. Items 8A and 9A are companion items. Starting with 8A. This is a recommendation to approve a resolution of the Board of Zoning Appeals of Collier County, Florida, granting a waiver from the minimum required separation of 500 feet between facilities with fuel pumps pursuant to Section 5.05.05B of the Land Development Code for fuel pumps at Costco Wholesale, with resulting separation of 132 feet from the property line of the existing 7-Eleven. The property is located in the commercial tract of the Hacienda Lakes Mixed-Use Planned Unit Development, located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Collier Boulevard and Rattlesnake Hammock Road in Section 23, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida, consisting of plus minus 25.86 acres of the plus minus 2,262 acre MPUD. Its companion item is item 9A. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending ordinance number 11-41 as amended, the Hacienda Lakes Mixed Use Planned Unit Development, to approve an insubstantial change to the PUD to add deviations for relief from the Collier County Land Development Code relating to architectural glazing standards, building facade massing, light fixture heights, loading spaces, landscape standards for interior vehicle use areas, and signage, and providing for an effective date. The project parcel is in the commercial tract of the MPUD located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Collier Boulevard and Rattlesnake Hammock Road in Section 23, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida, consisting of plus minus 25.86 acres of the 2,262 acre MPUD. This will require disclosures from the commissioners and for all participants to be sworn in by the court reporter. We'll start with the commissioners.
All right, Commissioner Kowal, disclosures?
Yes. I have on 8A and 9A meetings, correspondence, and emails.
And Commissioner Hall.
Same.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Same.
All right, and Commissioner LaCastro?
Same.
And I have the same disclosures as well.
Very good. If all participants could stand to be sworn in by the raise your right hand and be sworn in by the court reporter. This includes any public speakers that will be speaking today as well.
Yes, you.
Well, for planning purposes, we'll hear the both items together, but we'll take separate votes on these when it comes time to that.
Yes, sir. And we will begin with the applicant. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Wester, Vice President of Land Use at Driver McAfee, Hawthorne, and Deebenow. That is 1 Independent Drive, Suite 1200 in Jacksonville, Florida, 32202. Correct. I'll be describing this in total with one full presentation, and then we can go back to any of the slides as needed for questions and answers or any other redirect based on exhibits or testimony. As mentioned, this is a waiver from the minimum required separation of 500 feet between facilities with fuel pumps pursuant to the Land Development Code section 50505B. For a Costco wholesale gas facility with a resulting separation distance of 132 feet from the property line of the existing 7-Eleven parcel. Additionally, this is also a PDI, which is an insubstantial change to the Hacienda Lakes MPUD to add deviations for relief from architectural glazing standards, building facade massing, light fixture heights, loading spaces, landscape standards for interior vehicular use areas, for additional parking and signage. Background and entitlements. The county's growth management plan designated the subject property a mixed-use activity center, specifically Sub-District 7, since the plan's adoption in 1989. The subject property is in the commercial tract of the Hacienda Lakes mixed-use PUD and DRI since its adoption in 2011 and as amended. Hacienda Lakes MPUD is approved for 327,500 square feet of commercial uses, 70,000 square feet of office, 140,000 square feet of business park, 135 hotel rooms, and 1,760 residential units. A warehouse, retail store, and gas facility are permissible commercial uses allowed by right in the Hacienda Lakes PUD. Here's the subject property. I think we're all aware of that. This is a graphic depiction of the activity centers. The map on the left shows one of the adopting maps from the activity centers in the growth management plan, and then the one on the right shows it colorized, noting the subject property itself as a commercial district in the activity center. This graphic highlights the subject property in relation to the overall activity center, and then more specifically, the activity center subdistrict are based on the highlighted elements here. Locations are based on intersections of major roads and on spacing criteria. Number 7, Rattlesnake Hammock Road and Collier Boulevard. That is the subject activity center. The mixed-use activity center concept is designed to concentrate almost all new commercial zoning in locations where traffic impacts can readily be accommodated, to be interconnected with abutting parcels and projects, whether commercial or residential. Allowable land uses in the mixed-use activity centers include a full array of commercial uses, residential uses, institutional uses, hotel and motel with a maximum density up to 26 per acre, and other land uses as generally allowed in the urban designation. In closing, with the highlighted area on the right, the maximum amount of commercial uses allowed in the activity center is 40 acres per quadrant, and specifically for our subject area, the southeast quadrant may have a total of 49.2 acres, and I'll describe the significance of that. Highlighted here is the actual Hacienda Lakes MPUD, or an acceptor, a portion of the entire MPUD. This graphic shows the subject property in relation to the commercial designated tract in the MPUD. You can see that there with the various access points that are contemplated for access to various surrounding parcels for interconnectivity. These next slides show the list of permissible uses in the MPUD. Highlighted now is miscellaneous retail, and you can see the SIC codes associated with that, which the county has already deemed that the Costco fits that. Other uses, similar to automotive repair services, parking, food stores, gasoline service stations, general merchandise, home furnishing, and the like, and including any other commercial use which is comparable in nature. You could say there are more than 90 potential uses that are allowed, including residential as permissible uses on this property, which shows the context of the mixture of uses allowed by right. This is a drawdown schedule from the county staff itself, showing the square footage request in relationship to what is permitted and entitled, which is 327,500 square feet. Our request, which is the architectural envelope of the building, 156,000 plus or minus square feet. Then the remaining allocated development rights for the overall PUD for retail square footage, 170,000, so we're under 50% of that threshold. I'd like to turn your attention to the other elements in this as well. You can see committed total dwelling units, committed dwelling units, and the total available. Still allowed in this PUD, 132 total, single family, 670 multifamily, 130 ACLF. We've already talked about the retail commercial, 70,000 office of medical, 140,000 business park, and 135 hotel. That is what is allowed by right as far as remaining allocated development rights. Here's a graphic of the separation distances from our request. And please note, this is from parcel to parcel, so it's lot line to lot line. You can see the 7-Eleven and the racetrack. In the context of this, we're asking for a separation waiver from the 7-Eleven parcel itself. We are about 132 feet plus or minus from that property line. But as noted, our subject property is roughly 25 acres. On the right, you can see there, we're roughly from property line to property line, 330 feet from the existing multifamily and 720 feet from the existing single family. Criteria for review in the ASW. There's a specific section in the code that says if you apply for a waiver, you should adhere to the certain criteria. which this application is judged by. Specifically, in this section, 50505B2A1, such boundary, structure, or other feature may include, but is not limited to, lakes, marshes, non-developable wetlands, designated preserve areas, canals, and a minimum of a 4-lane arterial or collector right-of-way, which is describing the natural or man-made boundaries or structures that separate fuel facilities. Rattlesnake Hammock Road is a designated 4-lane divided Class 3 arterial. The divided roadway median and right-of-way edges are grassed and landscaped with trees currently, which provides additional buffer and screening. 375 to 400 feet is the distance between the actual serviceable canopy uses between the existing 7-Eleven canopy, and not the property line, and our proposed gas canopy. Approximately 500 feet by 25 feet is the enhanced landscape buffer abutting the gas facility along Rattlesnake Hammock Road. And that's essentially what was proffered at the Planning Commission hearing, to add an additional landscaping buffer around the perimeter of the property. 505B2A2, whether the facility of fuel pumps is only engaged in servicing of automobiles during regular daytime business hours, or if in addition to or in lieu of servicing, the facility of fuel pumps sells food, gasoline, and other convenience items during a daytime, nighttime, or a 24-hour basis. The gas facility is member-based. The gas facility does not sell gas on a 24-hour basis. The gas facility does not sell food or convenience items and does not provide vehicle repair on the property itself. As far as the gas pod, the gas facility is open for business during daytime hours and closes approximately 1.5 hours after the warehouse. The lights do turn off when the gas facility closes for business, except for security lighting, which is nominal. Continuing with the criteria, 505B2A3, whether the gas facility with fuel pumps is located in a shopping center, primarily accessed by a driveway, or if it fronts on and is accessed directly from a platted road right-of-way. The gas facility is part of a retail shopping center, the Costco Wholesale Center, location on the commercial tract in the MPUD and Activity Center. The gas facility is not accessed directly from the platted road right-of-way. It does not have its own specific dedicated driveway to Rattlesnake. The gas facility is accessed through interior circulation drive aisles, and that's important. I'll show this in a minute. The gas facility has a one-way traffic circulation with adequate, well-planned, and engineered queuing, and pass-by through lanes separate from the main parking and circulation areas. Continue with the criteria, 505B2A4, whether the granting of the distance waiver will have an adverse impact on adjacent land uses, especially residential land uses. You'll note I italicized those, okay? We are knowledgeable of the adjacency factors regarding this request and our justification. The use of this is consistent with the growth management plan and activity center designations as adopted, and as an allowed use on the commercial tract in the Hacienda Lakes PUD. The property is approximately 330 feet from existing multifamily residential and approximately 720 feet from the existing single-family residential to the east, separated from existing residential by enhanced buffers, a 170-foot FP&L easement, parcels of land in the MPUD, and existing roads and development. The PM peak hour trips are below the approved MPUD max thresholds. There is an adequate queuing vehicle facility in the gas pod itself. Rattlesnake Hammock Road will operate at only approximately 37% of its total capacity with the gas facility and the wholesale store, and is not adversely impacted. The use will not cause adverse lighting or noise impacts to adjacent areas and/or residential areas to the east. Environmental and stormwater standards will meet and exceed state and federal requirements, and the granting of the ASW is not in violation of any Florida statute, in that no state statute or rule exists prohibiting gas facilities within 500 feet of each other like this request. Specific to adjacency regarding the criteria, 50505B2A4, again, the adjacency of land uses, especially residential land uses. The county's definition of adjacent is to share a common boundary line, a property line or boundary, or to be separated by a public right-of-way easement or water body. Again, I'll describe that in context graphically in a minute. We're also asking for a PDI, which is an insubstantial change to the PUD. We're asking for a relief from maximum light pole height of 25 feet. The 25-foot standard will add up to 9 more light poles and 15 fixtures on the site. The requested 36.5 height allows for a reduced number of poles and reduces visual clutter and still exceeds the minimum lighting standard for the foot candles at the property edge. And I'll show that we are 0.0 foot candles along the eastern property boundary. Relief from the additional requirement to obtain a variance and provide double the interior landscaping if the commercial project includes more than 120% of the required parking. The relief will not require a variance and allow the normal landscape requirements to apply to this commercial project. 149 spaces are depicted as overflow and provided in an existing FP&L utility easement. 670 spaces are proposed outside of that easement in the main development area, which is only 103% of the max parking standard, but it is below the 120% threshold on site. The property will include, by way of a proffer at the Planning Commission hearing, an additional 25% landscaping along select well-planned perimeter areas of the property. Number 3, relief from the minimum loading space requirements. The county has a rule: if you're a certain square footage, you must have a certain number of loading docks. The requested 5 truck loading spaces are the standard amount for Costco wholesale. We will have 4 at the store itself and 1 at the gas facility. The required code amount is excessive, and it's up to 8 and not warranted for this Costco wholesale use. This is an architectural deviation from the facade requirement for 15% of the glazing, which is glass in architectural terms, on primary facades for a reduction from the total 45% for all facades to a total of 23%. The building will incorporate planted metal trellises structurally attached to the building facade as an alternative to glazing in certain areas. This approach will mitigate the absence of glazing as much as possible in alignment with the project program, while also contributing to the architectural aesthetics and functionality. 5, relief from the variations of the massing of 150-foot break. For the variation of the massing, the structural attached planted trellises provide an elevation break for visual interest variations along the facade. They are also strategically placed to work with the project's program while contributing to the architectural aesthetics and meeting the spirit and intent of the requirement. Number 6, and finally, relief from the max signage requirement in non-residential districts for a total of 301 square feet over the maximum combined 500 square feet. This signage square foot increase is commensurate with the size of the building face for the increased visibility for promotion and wayfinding based on the orientation. Additionally, 2 wall signs were removed from the building on the east-facing elevation toward the residential areas and the south-facing elevation toward the hospital. Those were done as a proffer with the Planning Commission. There are no monument signs and no pole signs associated with the store or gas facility in this request. So the only signage will literally be on the building. Here's a depiction of the actual PDI site plan. It is under consideration now with all of the labeling. And this is a rendered version of that same site plan. So it's a lot easier on the eyes with this coloration, showing the building, the gas facility, the parking fields, the buffers and green spaces, and the stormwater pond and other associated infrastructure. I will come back to this in a minute. Here's our parking map deviation. So you see the purple shade essentially is all of the parking that's underneath the Florida Power and Light easement, and the blue is on the property itself. This is from our landscape architect. This is a depiction of the increased landscape buffer. So there's a green line that is highlighted around this area, and that is kind of an enhancement area where we're adding additional landscaping in addition to the gas pod. Essentially everything that's on the frontage and the perimeter, specifically highlighting the perimeters adjacent to the neighboring uses to the east. This is the elevation showing our Costco wholesale signage requests, and it shows the different depictions and different elevations of the signage. Lighting. This is our engineering photometrics plan. This is done by our photometrics consultant. And the metric here is to not exceed 20-foot candles under the canopy and per average, and we're at 19.5 foot candles average light level under the canopy itself. More specifically, these are depictions of that same photometrics plan on the property edges on the easternmost portion of the property, okay, in context of the neighboring uses to the east. So we are at 0.0 foot candles on the north east corner, on the eastern edges, and then the southwest corner along the hospital property, 0.0. Traffic circulation. Indirect access via internal circulation vehicular use areas. We have one-way traffic flow into the gas facility itself with ample stacking and queuing specific to the gas facility. Dedicated pass-through reliever lanes between the fuel items also exist. There are separate and safe refueling truck space, and there's no sale of convenience items, no cash, no vehicle repair services in the gas pod. Continuing with parking and traffic circulation, the Hacienda Lakes MPUD has a max vehicle trip generation cap of 3,328 PM peak hour trips. The Costco wholesale and gas facility will generate 511 PM peak hour trips. Traffic is below the adopted PM peak hour thresholds in total, and at the build-out and opening of the Costco wholesale and gas facility, the total trips on Rattlesnake Hammock Road will still only be at approximately 37% of the road's total capacity. That's after the warehouse and the gas are opened if this were approved. The DRI, continuing with gas circulation and parking, the DRI required improvements for certain roadways and peak hour trip capacities. Based on the Commitment 1 roadway improvement to Rattlesnake Hammock Road, the owner shall be allowed to develop up to 327,500 square feet of retail commercial land uses in residential or residential Pod A, or a combination of the two land uses. The current commercial square foot request and the existing dwelling units built are under the adopted 1,409 PM peak hour trips on this segment of Rattlesnake Hammock Road, and that's a key metric there. You can see the graphics there showing the obligations to build the infrastructure associated with the reliefs of certain square footages or dwelling unit counts or combination thereof. And this closes it out based on the commitment number 3 roadway improvements, which extended Rattlesnake Hammock Road to its current terminus. The owner shall be allowed to develop the following land uses: 20,000 square feet of general office, 50,000 square feet of medical office, that's a typo there with a number 0, 135 room hotel, 327,500 square feet of retail commercial, residential pods A and B, remaining residential within the activity center land use, and 919 student elementary school. The roadway infrastructure has been built and dedicated to accommodate the uses as described in the DRI and the MPUD. Again, highlighting the drawdown spreadsheet from the county staff, 327,500 square feet total. Costco is requesting 156,866, and remaining is 170,000, so we were under 50% of that max. And finally, Hacienda Lakes LLC and its successors and assigns has a joint use agreement with the hospital, and it has been recorded in the public records. And it includes this legal description and the survey noting this access into the loop road from Rattlesnake Hammock for interconnectivity. There will be 3 ingress and egress points shared with the access agreement from Physicians Regional. There are 3 on the Costco site, 2 that access Rattlesnake Hammock and 1 to the hospital property. And the approved MPUD contemplated up to 5 access points on this property, including 2 to the hospital. The hospital itself we've whittled it down to 1 that is needed for the interconnectivity to the Costco parcel. And again, that's recorded in the public records right now. Talking about environmental and gas operations. Costco's philosophy is to obey the law, be safe, clean, and reliable, protect the environment, sell high-quality fuel, never be undersold, and provide courteous assistance. The gas facility will include equipment of the latest technology with many safety features to prevent potential environmental impacts, and meets and exceeds local, state, and federal requirements, which include extensive leak detection systems monitored remotely 24/7, 365, interactive and constant Fire Protection Act and API, and in-house safety training for all employees. Training includes highest standards for emergency spill response, automatic and manual cutoff systems, vapor recovery for fugitive emission controls that exceed local, state, and federal standards, closed circuit TV monitoring, and an oil water separator, or OWS, system for stormwater drainage. I'll describe that more. And this will be operated as a self-service facility for members with full-time specially trained Costco attendant for safety and security. Continuing with environmental protection, underground storage tanks and piping are double-walled and constantly monitored for integrity, meeting, or exceeding all federal UST leak detection standards. All tanks are equipped with Stage 1 enhanced vapor recovery systems, preventing fugitive emissions during fuel delivery process. All gas stations have vents to allow pressure to equalize in the underground system. Costco exceeds all state requirements by using what is known as a green machine, VST green machine, which separates the gas vapors from the air at the vents, returning the gas vapors back to the underground storage tanks, and then releasing clean air to the atmosphere, eliminating the largest potential of emissions that occur at other stations. Exceeding state standards, Costco uses dripless nozzle to prevent minor drips and spills during all customer fueling. And Costco uses long hoses to allow the nozzle to enter the vehicle's fuel port in an upright position, ensuring the auto shutoff operates as designed, preventing minor spills. Continuing with environmental. Monitored systems include in-tank sensors to monitor fuel quality, accurate inventory exceptions, fuel swellage and shrinkage, secondary containment sensors to monitor the double-walled tanks and piping, liquid sensors in all tank and dispersion sumps to identify any type of liquid present from potential leak points, and then pressure sensors to monitor the system's overall integrity. All sensors are programmed to automatically shut off the system when activated. It's known as a pressure line leak detector, and it constantly monitors the underground product pipes for catastrophic failure. Every 40 hours, the system runs a pressure test equivalent to a leak of 0.2 gallons per hour. The system immediately shuts down for failures, and this exceeds the state and federal monitoring requirements. Costco uses the Warner Rogers Fuel Wrap service, which connects to the inventory and sales systems, monitoring in real time all inventory changing events. It monitors flow rates and sales at the dispensers and exact inventories in all tanks, down to the hundredth of a gallon or thousandth of an inch in height. Any anomalies or exceptions to the expectation will cause an alert or shutdown of the system. And finally, manual fire extinguishers are present at every island and in the equipment enclosure. Automatic fire extinguishers are present in all confined spaces. Costco seals the surface of concrete joints with a sealer designed specifically to prevent breakdown from oil and gas, preventing even the smallest of surface drips and spills from escaping into the underlying soil. Costco is one of the few operators to have a national standard for joint sealing. The site drainage technology is designed to capture any surface spills throughout the catch basin and oil water separator before being conveyed to the stormwater detention and treatment system. And finally, fuel attendants' only responsibility is to actively monitor the station. They do not have other responsibilities in a convenience store or market. And here's some pictorial examples of some of those safety measures. Adjacency uses. This is adjacent and surrounding uses. You see here highlighted in color all the different areas. Starting on the far western site, you have the arterial roadway, which is Collier, the drainage canal, subject property, and the purple is the FP&L easement. The only thing that's allowed in that FP&L easement on the subject property is something that's horizontal, like a parking spot. You couldn't put any buildings under there. Next to that in the reddish color is the commercial office medical. That is the adjacent or abutting land use nearest our commercial subject property. And then in typical Planning 101 with concentric rings of intensities and densities, then you have multifamily, then you have single family, and to the south is the hospital and the RV mobile home community. So this is a well-planned, master plan PUD and in context with the overall activity center. More importantly, this is an aerial depiction of that same, and it shows the distances, 375 to 400 feet from canopy to canopy, and there's over 900 feet from the multifamily, from the canopy itself, and again, as mentioned previously, 330 feet from lot line to the residential for multifamily, and 720 feet from lot line to the nearest single family. The property, including the proposed gas facility, is not in the middle of the residential neighborhood, nor is it in the backyard of existing residences. 50505B2A4 contemplates adjacency to residential uses. The LDC defines adjacent as to share a common property line or boundary. The property and proposed uses do not share a common property line or boundary with any existing residential. The MPUD is adopted to allow for a mixture of various land uses in a master plan with adequate roadways and infrastructure. The MPUD should be considered with regard to the requests and the mixture of adopted and master plan uses. The DRI required a phased approach to have roadways like the segment of Rattlesnake Hammock along the property built before certain uses can commence. Those obligations for that roadway infrastructure have been met. Here's some pictorial examples. This is our 170-foot wide FP&L easement on the eastern edge of the subject property. Here's the nearest residential on Rattlesnake Hammock Road, just to the east. This is the 5-story multifamily units. You can see this in context with the 5-story multifamily, and just to the right there is the roof line to single-family units. But the nearest thing to that is the stormwater pond and the parking for the Physicians Regional Medical Center. Here's the 4-story Physicians Regional Medical Arts Building. Again, all adjacent to us at the Costco subject property. Conclusion. The planned gas facility and the existing 7-Eleven are separated by Rattlesnake Hammock right-of-way, a 4-lane divided arterial, which is an accepted man-made boundary per the Land Development Code, as cited earlier in this presentation. The gas facility is member-based and differentiated from many other conventional service stations and C-stores in the area and is not open 24 hours like many others. The MPUD commercial parcels and the adjacent parcels and uses are well planned and adopted to provide adequate transition between various intensities and densities. The planned gas facility is at the furthest location to the west on the subject property and is more than adequately separated from any residential uses by parcels, buffers, easements, ponds, and existing buildings as previously depicted. The code separation standard potentially locates the gas facility further to the east as an allowed out parcel use with no market study required and no SW request. The requested use, PM peak hour vehicle trip generation, commercial acreage, commercial square footage, lighting standards are all below the approved thresholds in the MPUD. And more importantly, landscaping is increased by 25% to provide additional green space and screening. Based on the provided, we have our market study analyst here, needs analyst market study and the Costco in-house market data and research. The planned gas facility is positioned to be a significant benefit to the local market by addressing the rising demand for gasoline based on population growth. The comprehensive analysis confirms a growing need within the market area, which is defined as a 10-minute drive time from the subject property. The key finding is that the projected demand increase of 29.09% is greater than the project's 25.95 share of projected supply. This leaves a 3.14% demand surplus, which demonstrates a clear and justifiable need for the gas facility. The new Costco gas facility on the subject property will not oversaturate the market or negatively impact the surrounding area, businesses, and residents. Instead, it will play a crucial role in satisfying the growing fuel demand to serve a thriving and expanding community in South Naples. The ASW request and the PDI request are based on relief from certain Land Development Code and MPUD provisions related to orientation, layout, and certain improvements. The requests are not about the use, which is allowed by right. The Costco PDI request is commensurate with the previously requested modifications by other entities over the past years for 19 waivers and deviations cumulative in the same Hacienda Lakes MPUD for certain improvements and flexibility for parcels under development. Costco is adding 6 in the request. Collier County staff reports recommend approval for the ASW and the PDI requests, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the PDI and the ASW requests. With that, here is our rendered site plan again, showing it overall context with the green space, the buildings, the circulation, and the adjacent uses. And then more importantly, our architectural rendering of it in its place with the gas pod, the store warehouse itself, and the parking. With that, I thank you for your consideration of approval for these requests. I'm standing by to answer any questions that you may have, and I have my team of experts here as well. Thank you.
Okay. We don't have anybody lit up just yet, but anything else in your presentation, or does that conclude your presentation? You're now available just for questions.
Yes, sir. That concludes my initial presentation. Thank you.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Can you put up the, maybe it was the last drawing or whatever drawing will help you explain deliveries? So I understand you went through the traffic and how it's, it's under the maximum and what your numbers are. But when the trucks come to deliver not only the fuel, but your stock, for the warehouse, how does that flow work? And also, what times of day do those things come down those roads?
Okay, this is, as you see on the screen up there, that is our, there's an engineering modeling software called AutoTurn that provides the correct engineering circulation standards. And the fire marshal uses this as well for fire trucks. So our delivery vehicles, as you know, will enter this site at the first entrance point there. And they will go to the loading facility to load the property. Now, one interesting note is all the loading facilities for the Costco store are on the far western edge of the property. So that's the furthest away from any adjacent uses, including any nearby residential.
It's that little cutout, basically, in the top left.
Yes,
of your,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
There it is right there. So that is the loading dock. So that is away from all the residential. These are generators. This is a turnaround point that is approved by the fire marshal for large trucks. But these trucks will enter the facility and come up and load the store and the warehouse. And there are multiple during the day as needed, and including in the early hours of the morning to restock the warehouse as needed, just like all other Costco locations. As far as the fueling trucks, they will come in at the intersection here, come around, and there's a dedicated fueling point here that is built and planned for that type of fueling truck. It will deliver the fuel, and then it turns around and comes back out the exact same way to now a traffic light at that intersection.
And that's where that proposed light is,
Yes, sir.
is going to go. That's been approved.
Yep, sir.
Obviously, I already knew that answer, but we're getting that question a lot from citizens who aren't here and think we're not asking the right questions. I really wanted to get that on the record and have you explain how the flow works with the trucks and to see it visually and to make the point about the light being approved. And I also think it's helpful for all of us. You know, the way you just described it is a little different than what I had heard. Not different, but just a better visual.
Yes, sir. The other graphic I just put up there as well is actually the same engineering auto turn, and it actually shows the type of fire truck that is required to use, showing the maximum circulation. And what we've done is provide this to the county. This is a part of our site development plan review, but it also enters this for emergencies and can traverse the entire facility, including down in this area to turn around. So we are prescribed by a certain type of truck for weight and length, and it has to circulate the entire vehicular use area and entry and exit points. And so it's done that as well. So that's on this diagram. But in a way, you could kind of dovetail that into the loading vehicles because they also are bigger trucks and they use these turnaround points in the VUAs on site.
Okay. I mean, I have a lot more questions, but when you put up that graphic, I just thought it was perfect time to just ask that one particular thing. But we'll wait more to the end when we get deeper into all the other presentations.
All right, Mr. Bosey, are you available for a staff report?
Good afternoon, Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. And I know the Board of County Commissioners is hearing this as one project. It is two petitions, and I just point out there are voting requirement differences for each one. The PDI will require a supermajority from the Board of County Commissioners, and for the distance waiver, the ASW, that is a simple majority that's required. And some of this material, or some of these items, will be a repeat of some of the presentation that was provided by the applicant. But I just wanted to set the stage in terms of where this request sits in relationship to our code, how it relates to our land or to our growth management plan, and how long that our growth management plan has been in place and how it arranges for land uses within the county, specifically related to commercial or intense type of land uses. The purpose of our growth management plan, specifically our future land use element of our growth management plan, is to guide the decision-making of Collier County on regulatory, financial, and programmatic matters pertaining to land use. Most directly, this element controls the location, type, intensity, timing of new or revised use of land. Specifically, what that's saying is there's a variety of land uses from intensity and densities that make up a community. And we have a growth management plan and a future land use element, which is associated in future land use map, that shows for how that arrangement of intensities and densities should be prescribed within the county. So any individual who is coming into this market who wants to know how is it that Collier County addresses and provides for land uses, they would consult the future land use element. And as you can see, what I pointed out, the intersection of Rattlesnake Hammock and Collier Boulevard, with the adoption of the growth management plan in January 10th of 1989, that area has been designated as an activity center. What's an activity center? The mixed-use activity center is a concept designed to concentrate almost all new commercial zonings in locations where traffic impacts can be readily accommodated, to avoid strip and disorganized patterns of commercial development and create focal points within the community. Think about some of the strips of US 41 East Trail where you've got a long strip of frontage commercial. Well, that was the type of land use patterns that we were trying to get away from in 1989. And to get away from that, we said all of the majority of our new our commercial intensities will be located at activity centers. And Rattlesnake Hammock and Collier Boulevard was designated as such. The allowable uses within mixed-use activities include a full arrangement of commercial uses, residential uses up to 25 units an acre, institutional uses, hotel, motel, which is at a maximum of 26 units an acre, community facilities, industrial, which is industrial or light industrial, and other land uses generally allowed in the urbanized area. Now focusing down specifically on the Hacienda mixed-use PUD. And it was approved in 2011 under Ordinance 1141, approved October 25th of 2011. And as you read through the title of the Hacienda PUD, you most certainly do not come away with an understanding that this is specifically a residential PUD. There is residential prescribed at 1,714 units on just under 450 acres. There's residential/medical use, which is prescribed on close to 40 acres. There's business park, which is light industrial. There's commercial. There's an attraction, which is a swamp buggy. There's a public facility. There's a junior deputy, public rights of way, and then schools. So you have institutional, you have community, you have light industrial, you have residential, you have medical, and you have commercial, and you have business park. You've got a wide variety of land uses that are prescribed within Hacienda Lakes. And this is the type of development, this is the type of PUD, mixed-use development, that we want to see, that we would like to see, that we are asking to see by our growth management plan designation of an activity center. This type of diversity and this type of intensity and density is what our growth management plan said is appropriate for this area. Now, why do I stress this so much? Because I heard, I'm proud of our growth management plan. I'm proud of the way that it arranges the land uses. What I heard at prior testimony was that the location was quote, and this isn't my words, stupid or idiotic. But it's been that way for 36 years. Our growth management plan said, these are the type of uses, the commercial intensity that's allocated within Hacienda. This is the type of use that anyone who comes to this market, anyone who comes to this area should expect to see. If you are in an activity center, you should see a wide range of uses, a high density allocation, and a high commercial intensity because you are in an activity center that has been designated for 36 years for these type of uses. On the top of the screen, you'll see how we treat our land uses within our PUD is done by SIC code, Standard Industrial Codes. And for a Costco, the primary SIC code is 5331. Also, it could potentially be a grocery store, which is 5411. If you look down to the bottom of the screen, you'll see general merchandise storage 5331, which is a Costco. It's an allowed use. Oh, by the way, the food stores is also allowed use, as well as a gas station service center. All of these uses are permitted by right. This government has said these uses are permitted by right within this commercial designated area. What we're putting up here is your evaluations for the insubstantial change. Your insubstantial change, it's an odd arrangement. It says anything that is not a substantial change is an insubstantial change. And basically, if you're not adding a new use, if you're not adding commercial intensity, if you're not adding residential density, you're going to qualify as an insubstantial change. It's for minor adjustments to landscaping, adjustments to the height of light poles as such as being requested, to signage on your building or your commercial buildings. None of those rise to that substantial change and thus is eligible for an insubstantial change. And as the applicant had indicated, in 2011, when Hacienda was first approved, it contained 13 deviations. In 2022, 6 additional deviations were sought for a total of 19. And today's action are seeking 6 additional deviations: landscaping, lighting, architectural, and signage. The applicant provided a pretty good good description of those specific changes. And this is next section here. Here's the criteria for the for granting of the waiver of the separation requirements for the service station. Whether the nature and type of natural or man-made barrier, structure, or other line feature between the proposed establishment and the existing facilities with fuel pumps is determined by the BCA to lessen the impacts of the proposed facilities with fuel pumps. Whether the facility with fuel pumps is only engaged in servicing automobiles during regular business hours, whether the facility with fuel pumps is located within a shopping center, primary access with a driveway, and whether the granting of the distance waiver will have an adverse impact on adjacent land uses, especially residential land uses. And the applicant did describe that adjacent is sharing a common property boundary. Staff has reviewed both the PDI and the ASW and is recommending approval of both of those petitions. The Planning Commission has heard both the PDI as well as the ASW and is recommending approval of both of those petitions to the Board of County Commissioners for your consideration. That's the overview of the history of the GMP of the Activity Center of the Hacienda PUD. The request that has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, reviewed by staff. Staff is here to answer any questions that you may have related to any of the application materials.
What was the vote on the Planning Commission?
I believe the vote was 5-1.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Mr. Bozzi, I'm just going to ask you a couple quick things, and then I'm sure everybody's going to wind up coming back.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, for the ASW it was 4-1. The PDI was unanimous.
Okay. When it comes to variances and deviations, we've gotten a lot of emails from citizens that seem to think that if you grant a deviation or you consider a variance and the latitude that we have to do that, and you've outlined that here, we've gotten notes from some citizens that feel like we're breaking the law. Hey, it's in there for a reason. If you don't match it perfectly, then that should be cause to dismiss the construction project. I want you to do just a little bit of a deeper dive. What's the precedent in projects all across the county or even just in this area? And you outlined it a little bit, sort of picking on Hacienda Lakes a little bit, but we all remember that, that was something that not everybody in the community was like cheering about. But it turned out to be a great project, and I'm sure these people love living there. But let's expand the aperture a little bit. When it comes to the 7-Eleven, the residential communities that are being built on 41, other things within a several mile radius, you're very familiar, like you said, at sort of the commercial activity center. How normal is it that there's variances, deviations, things of that nature? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Sure. The process for a deviation is unique to PUDs, and PUDs is the land use of choice within Collier County. Within Collier County, within the urbanized area, close to 70% of your entitled land, zone land, is within a PUD. So it's a very common zoning designation. The deviation was a process that was created specifically for the PUDs. So what we recognize from a regulatory standpoint is every regulation has a purpose, but every regulation can't account for unique circumstances, changing in technology, changing in standards. So the deviation was created so to be able to accomplish whatever the regulation was specifically designed to, whether it be to provide for greater buffering, whether it's to provide for greater architectural character within your building. But the deviation was created to say, okay, the regulation wants you to get to Y, and here's how you get to Y. But if you can get to Y with a more creative way, a more unique way, and still accomplish what the intended purpose of that regulation was, we'll grant you that deviation. And I couldn't quote this as fact, but I would state that over 60% of the PUDs that come to this Board of County Commissioners has at least one or two deviation contained within them, because they're proposing how to meet a regulation in an alternative way. So deviations are not unusual or uncommon within PUDs.
And if that alternative way to get to Y isn't something that makes sense, then we have the ability to say, yeah, I know they're trying to slice it 3 or 4 different ways, but it has to be something that meets the requirement, maybe like you said, in a different way, but it's not a law. There, like you said, to get to it a different way is part of the process.
Yeah, and I think specifically this application today for the additional parking spaces above 120% of the required parking, they asked to exceed that limitation, but to justify exceeding that limitation was they added 25% additional landscape buffering around the perimeter of where that parking is going to be located to better screen the interior. The whole purpose of not allowing beyond 120 is because you don't want to display that sea of parking to the adjoining right-of-ways.
And would you say for other projects in the community that option is something that is utilized quite a bit, additional buffering, landscape to make up for the difference? So they're not doing anything that's a one-time thing. They're setting a precedent. It's so unique. Or is it's the way that a lot of properties that we've seen built around here, that's one of the options?
It's one of the options. They're not doing anything unique, and everyone's a one-off. Everyone is evaluated based upon how they're proposing to get to Y, instead of going the regulatory, the prescribed regulatory. They're going to try it in a different manner, in a different way. And if it makes sense, and if it has backing in general acceptability, then staff normally would recommend approval.
And if you thought it didn't make sense or staff didn't, you would kill it at that point, or you would recommend disapproval to us because they were trying to get to Y in a totally unacceptable way, correct?
Yeah,
and that's your job.
That's the normal outcome.
Okay. Lastly, just in this, I want to ask you about insubstantial use changes, because that's peppered in here a lot. I want you to just do a deeper dive. Is that something exclusively unique to this project, or when it comes to the 7-Eleven, even when Hacienda Lakes was built, all the apartment buildings on up and down Collier Boulevard, not substantial use changes, but insubstantial. Give me a little summary of what we commonly see. How common is that among projects? How big of a showstopper?
Insubstantial change, normally an insubstantial change per our code can be approved by the HECS or the Planning Commission. The Board of County Commissioners is the only body that is allowed to approve any petition request that includes increase intensity or density. So an insubstantial change is something that has been reserved for the HECS in the Planning Commission, because it hasn't risen to the level that requires the Board of County Commissioners to to prove an increase in intensity or density. So when you're below those bars, it's not an increase in intensity or density. It's really the characteristic of how the architectural is going to look, or how the landscaping is going to perform, or any the regulation, how the regulation is going to be met is really what is being evaluated as part of a PDI.
But so those insubstantial changes, which we would normally never hear at this level, are coming to us because we voted unanimously that we wanted this project to go through the most robust vetting process, even if that wasn't the normal process for this project, correct?
If it rose above the insubstantial change process, it would be a plan unit development amendment, and that would require the Board of County Commissioners to hear it, and not be something that is allocated to the HEX or to the planning.
But it
commission.
doesn't.
No, in staff's determination, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no one else is lit up. Let's go to the public comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We have 60 registered public speakers today. I'm going to ask the speakers to please queue up at both podiums and be ready to go. Our first speaker is Barry D. Dinkinson, and he'll be followed by John Lamey.
Okay, so my math indicates that with 60 speakers, 3 minutes each, we're talking about 3 hours. So we're going to be very strict in limiting the speakers to the 3 minutes. When that red light goes off, please sit down.
I didn't hear any limitation with
Hang on a
regard
sec-
to
hang
the
on-
proponent.
Hang on a second, hang on.
This gentleman was here at 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. this morning, both the first two gentlemen. That's why they're first.
We're going to call the speakers, and we'll do the best we can. If we don't meet your standard there, I'll apologize in advance, but he's going to call the speakers.
Okay, Mr. Dinkinson and Mr. Layman. Mr. Dinkinson, please.
Good morning. My name is Barry Denkinson. I'm a resident of Verona Walk, located on Collier Boulevard. I'm a former member of their board of directors. I'm an attorney, and I have 17 years' experience of public service. The overriding issue with regard to the application by Costco to construct a warehouse in the intersection at Collier Boulevard and Rattlesnake is safety. For transparency, I am not anti-Costco. My wife and I are members of Costco, and we enjoy shopping at their location on Naples Boulevard. Costco intends to place 12 gas pumps at the proposed location, when there are only 8 gas pumps at the Naples Boulevard location. What is the need for so many gas pumps at this location? Directly across the street is another gas station, which has 8 gas pumps. So under this application, there would be 20 gas pumps within 132 feet of each other. Costco's representative stated, and I quote, "There are no negative aspects associated with the gas waiver." Really?
Okay, hang on. All right, we're not going to allow any applause or outbursts from the audience. If that happens, we'll be here all night long, so we're not going to permit it. So please respect the speakers, respect the 5 commissioners that are up here and our staff. Please, no noise from the audience.
You took up 20 of my seconds.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Collier County's Land Development Code mandates a 500-foot separation between the facilities and the fuel pumps. What was the purpose of that statute and that county ordinance? The purpose was for safety, not to have a separation of less than 500 feet with this many gas pumps. The planned distance is 132 feet. Waiving that mandate or proving that waiver would be an egregious decision. If there's a fire in that area, or there's a mechanical malfunction with one or more of the gas pumps, there's an enormous risk of an explosion. We have a hospital less than a quarter of a mile away. Hacienda Lakes, a large residential community, is adjacent to the site. Such an occurrence would be far-reaching, injuring and causing fatality to residents at the Costco facility, Hacienda Lakes residents, and area other residents, and also maybe employees of the hospital. Members of the board, you need to reject Costco's request to approve this waiver. As a lawyer, I can tell you, as I say to my clients, any risk is a bad risk, and this is a very bad risk. Second reason for safety issue has to do with traffic. And I understand that the traffic people in the county have said that the roads can handle this amount of traffic.
All right. Take just one more sentence there, then we're going to move on to the next speaker.
Excuse me?
Your time is up, but wrap up quickly, and we're going to go to the next speaker.
I can't wrap up quickly.
All right, then sit down. We'll talk to the next speaker. I'm sorry. We got too many speakers.
I tell you,
You-
it's very disrespectful for me to come up here, you interrupt me, and then I have less time to speak. And these people want to hear what I have to
You held
say.
your 20 seconds, sir.
Your next, I want to remind the speakers as well, you will get a tone at 30 seconds remaining in your time. Don't let that stop you. It's just one tone.
And Mr. Miller, you added time to his.
Yeah, I held the clock as soon as you started, sir.
All right.
And your next speaker is John Lamey, and he will. Your next speaker is John Lamey. He'll be followed by Milton. Milton, you're going to have to help me with pronunciation. Spakajny. Thanks, Milton. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. I wanted to mostly speak today because I think that the issues of the gas pumps and the traffic impacts are inseparable. It's my understanding that the county officials have stipulated to traffic study done by Costco. It said there were going to be 4,500 additional trips approximately per day, 5,000, whatever it is, approximately per hour. Easy search of the internet yields that the average Costco adds about between 10,000 and 16,000 trips per day. A pretty substantial difference, and it would take in that high end over the limit that the gentleman described earlier. I also wanted to point out that I'm not sure if that traffic study included the full details of the PUD, because I see the numbers of 1,760 residential units in the PUD being touted, but you've already allowed deviation from that within the area. The 2,500 new doors along Rattlesnake Hammock, Hacienda Lakes Boulevard, multifamily, multi-story, mostly residential builds, and I don't know that those were taken into account. And I think that a true traffic study can't really be understood until all those residences are probably 90% capacity. In terms of the points of egress, I was shown, we are all shown the map with 3. I think that's an improvement from what we saw at the Swamp Buggy meeting. But I wanted to make sure that that egress in and out of the hospital is written in stone, because there were varying points on the maps that showed perhaps not the course of driving around the back of the hospital to the traffic light, or rather to the unregulated point of egress onto Collier Boulevard. That's the nearer point to the Costco parking lot. So the Costco in North Naples, 5 points of egress and ingress. So it's a smaller number of points of entry, no matter how you look at it. Interesting to say that that there's a gap in the coverage of the demand. That just allows Costco to sell the gas at a higher price. I really think a real question here is why there's not a point of egress off Collier Boulevard. That seems to be because Costco is going to use those out parcels along Collier Boulevard to sell, rent, or whatever to other businesses, commercial businesses, and a point of entry there would take away their opportunity to gain the income from those properties. And yeah. You know what? That's probably enough for me. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Milton Spakajny, and he'll be followed by David Richardson. Milton's been seated additional time. I'll need everyone to raise your hand when your name is called. Don Brainerd. Constance, I can't read this. Gaskins, maybe? Constance, Gaskins. All right. Terrence Canfeld. Here. Diane Haynes. She's here. And Daniel Mullins. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah. Okay, so I've got, just one more time. Excuse me. Constance, is this Haskins or Gaskins? Anybody named Constance, seating time. All right, Milt, you'll have 15 minutes.
Thank you. I thought it was more than 15, huh?
Well, we have one not here.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished body. My name is Milton Spikajny. I'm a licensed attorney in the state of Michigan. I'm a land use specialist. I've been an attorney for more than 52 years. I'm a resident of Hacienda Lakes Estates. My address is 8373 Promoso Court. And I'm only here as a resident of that community. I don't represent anybody other than myself. I'd like to ask Mr. LaCastro a question to clarify. You asked something of Mr. Bossi. You indicated that traffic light has been approved. Is that what you indicated?
That's what the staff told us just recently.
How did that get approved? Doesn't that require?
This isn't a Q&A.
Let's, this is an opportunity for
Okay,
public comment.
okay.
If there's a question about a traffic light, we'll have Ms. Scott
Okay, thank
come
you.
up and explain that.
I'd like to ask also, Mr. LaCastro, you sent me an email the other day.
All right, let me again say, this is an opportunity to make comments.
Okay.
It's not a question and answer period for the commissioners.
I'd like to move to disqualify Mr. LaCastro on the basis that he's a member of Costco. He's been seen shopping there. To me, that's a strong appearance of impropriety. He should not be able to vote in this proceeding. And I don't know what other panel members might be members of Costco, but I think that should be disclosed by everyone.
I'm a member of Costco. Have been for many, many years. That's not grounds for disqualification.
No, sir.
Sam's
We
Club.
we vote on gas stations, and I get gas at Shell and 7-Eleven, and if they wanted to build a Shell and 7-Eleven, I'd be able to vote on it, same as Commissioner
Okay.
Saunders.
All right. In any event, I think this hearing is a rush to judgment. There's 26 days from the last Planning Commission hearing, and you set this up. To me, that doesn't give substantial notice to people that wanted to attend here. We have an expert witness that could not be able to attend because he had other scheduled opportunities and he could not make it today because of this 26 days. To me, that 26 days obviously is in favor of the developer. It does not favor the residents. I've read numerous articles that you're here, you're allowing snowbirds to come in, and this hearing is set in October when the snowbirds don't come back until November, December, January. I would ask that this hearing be postponed to allow everybody the opportunity to appear that wants to appear and not do a rush to judgment in this particular matter. The other thing I want to point out is I think that this hearing should be remanded back to the Planning Commission for this reason. The chairman of the Planning Commission was seen by myself and other individuals at the first July 17th Planning Commission hearing, at the morning break at 10:30, at the lunch break at about 12:30, conversing with members of Costco. He was seen talking to them, meeting with all the members, and he did not disclose that. At the second Planning Commission meeting, I asked him to disqualify himself because of that. And all he said was, well, I sent an email to Mr. Wester, and Mr. Wester acknowledged the fact that he sent him an email, but that's not what I was talking about. He specifically met with the Costco people at 10:30 and at 12:30. That's a strong appearance of impropriety, and he led the rest of the Planning Commission members in their voting. He asked leading questions all along the way in favor of Costco, and they stood there and followed his lead. So that was improper for him not to disclose those things and improper of him not to disqualify himself. This matter should be remanded to an impartial Planning Commission with a new chairperson and other members that followed his lead. It's improper for this board to hear this at this time. I have the full confidence of this board, but procedurally, that Planning Commission hearing was tainted based on an appearance of impropriety. He should not have been allowed to talk to those people. He should have disclosed it. I'm going to raise a couple other points, and some of these may be not significant, but they are significant to me. I think there's insufficient notice here. If you go over onto Rattlesnake Road and the hospital property, and you look at the sign that's posted advertising this hearing, it's parallel to the sidewalk. Nobody can read that sign. Nobody can read that sign. You have to stop, park illegally in front of that sign on Rattlesnake Road in order to read it. It should have been turned perpendicular 90 degrees so traffic coming east and west on Rattlesnake can read it. I brought that up earlier. Nobody seems to care. That's another reason the developer did this, just to keep people from finding out about this hearing. As to the adjacent property, the apartment owners at Cadenza were not notified of this hearing. Mr. Frank and myself went over there on a Sunday afternoon, and we talked to 13 people at random. They didn't know anything about the fact that Costco was coming, that Costco would be using their road, Cadenza Road, their private road, which has a roundabout in it, for their second exit, and that there would be a traffic light at that road. So none of these apartment owners who have vested interest in knowing what's going to happen with Costco knew about what was taking place on their property. That road is on their property, and Costco is going to be using that as their main entrance to come in and out of their shopping center. I think that's improper. This body passed a resolution number 2025-150, which was approved on 8/26/25 for arterial and collector roadways in Collier County. The implementation of a classification system and standards is intended to protect the public safety and general welfare. The definition in that particular resolution indicates collector. Secondarily, quote, provides for local through traffic, end of quote. If you look at the table that's attached to that particular resolution, table number 10, item number 25, it says Collier County Transportation Management Services Department Access Management Classification Table, identifies road number CR 8664, I'm sorry, I misquoted, 864, Rattlesnake Hammock Road from Collier to Azure is 0.9 miles in length as a 4-lane divided Class 3 collector roadway. By definition, this classification fails since this small section of Rattlesnake Road, which is entirely residential in character, does not provide for local through traffic. It is a dead-end road. It does not provide for local through traffic whatsoever. If any of you ever traveled on that particular section of Rattlesnake Road, if you haven't, I invite you to do a site visit to that road and see what it's like. You need to do a site visit. You are the gentleman that created that classification, and you can undo it. It should not be classified the manner in which you have classified it. It doesn't meet the criteria that you've established to classify that portion, that 9/10 of a mile, as a Class 3 collector. Definition, use in Florida, Transportation Code, the term, item number 14, local road means a route providing local road means a route providing service which is of relatively low average traffic volume, short average trip length, or minimal through traffic movements and high land access for abutting property. This is in the Florida statutes again, section 334.04 under definitions. That's a Florida statute that you are legally bound by. I'd further indicate by definition, a roadway providing for through traffic is a road that allows vehicles to pass through an area to reach a different destination, as opposed to local traffic, which is headed for a specific location on the same road in the same context of signs like road closed to through traffic, which means drivers who do not need access to property within a work zone or the affected area should use a designated detour. This allows for the road to remain open to local traffic, such as residents or customers with a destination in the immediate vicinity, while preventing drivers from using it as a shortcut or a way to bypass a closure. Through traffic, vehicles traveling from one point to another that are passing through the area without stopping. Local traffic, vehicles traveling to a specific destination on the road, such as a home or business within a defined area. So by definition, in your resolution, this is a local road. It's not a through street. And you need to honor that definition in your resolution that this body passed in late August of this year. This is not something old. You just passed it. Go on to a different topic. I'm going to go on to the Land Development Code. Section 5.05.05, facilities with fuel pumps. The purpose of this section is to ensure that facilities with fuel pumps do not adversely impact adjacent land uses, especially residential land uses. The high levels of traffic, glare, and intensity of residential use associated with facilities with fuel pumps, particularly those open 24 hours, may be incompatible with surrounding uses, especially residential uses. Therefore, in the interest of protecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, the following regulations shall apply to the location, layout, drainage, operation, landscaping, parking, and permitted sales and service activities of facilities with facilities with fuel pumps. And then separation from adjacent land uses requires a 500-foot waiver from the nearest point. Waiver of separation requirements. The BZA, that's this body, is serving as the BZA today, may by resolution grant a waiver of part or all of a minimum separation requirement set forth herein if it is demonstrated by the applicant and determined by the BZA that the site proposed for development of a facility with fuel pumps is separated from one another facility with fuel pumps by natural or man-made boundaries, structures, or other features which offset or limit the necessity for such minimum distance requirements. The BZA's decision to waive part or all of the distance requirements shall be based upon the following factors. And I skip to section 4, whether the granting of the distance waiver will have an adverse impact on adjacent land uses, especially residential land uses. It's on the onus of the developer to prove that, and they have not proved that. They gave superficial reasons that that's been approved, but they have not done any specific studies to specifically show that that's been approved. You know, this body adopted that ordinance. There's a 500-foot requirement. There are so many loopholes in that ordinance that you have rendered that ordinance meaningless. You can grant a waiver of that ordinance for any reason. If somebody says, oh, there's a blade of grass in the median, that could be grounds for a waiver. You have the opportunity to make this right. You should not grant that 132-foot waiver at all. I'm going to talk a bit about the market study because there's other people that are going to talk about the market study. The administrative code shall establish submittal requirements for a facility with fuel pumps waiver request. The request for a facility with fuel pump waiver shall be based upon submittal of the required application, a site plan, and a written market study analysis which justifies a need for the additional facility with fuel pumps in the desired location. Item number 7 says a written market study analysis which justifies a need for the additional facility with fuel pumps in the desired location. The petition before the Planning Commission should have been dismissed perfunctorily. That market study was never provided. I made the exact same presentation that I'm making to you now about the market study. And it's only because I made that presentation that the applicant requested an adjournment to provide a market study at a later hearing. That petition should have been dismissed perfunctorily. Mr. Locastro, in your newsletters, you talk about we're going to follow the law. Well, they didn't follow the law. They should have dismissed it perfunctorily, and they didn't. Got 29 seconds left?
27.
I'll pass.
That's it.
I take it you got the emails that I sent to everybody? I sent 3 different emails to this body.
I would assume so.
I would ask that you read them. I'm here for the people that can't be here. I'd ask you to look at the email for the hospital administrator and the traffic expert that we hired in particular. He can't be here today. Please look at those. Can I make one more statement real quickly?
Wrap it up very quickly, if you would.
The traffic study done by Costco does not analyze the portion of Rattlesnake Road east of Collier whatsoever. That's why we're here. They don't analyze that portion. Thank you.
Mr. Bosey, would you come on up while the next speaker is?
Mr. Chair, I had one slip that was inadvertently put into a group with Mr. Richardson. This woman's been here a long time. If with your
Sure,
permission, we'll
sure.
call her next. After Mr. Bosey.
No, go ahead. I have a couple questions. for
Josephine
Mr. Bosey.
Nyland
If
Yu,
Mr.
and
Bosey,
then
if
we'll
you
have
a-
David Richardson. Miss Yu.
Mr. Bosey, if you'll just stay near the microphone, we'll get to you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Josephine Nyland Yu, and I'm here to express my concerns in opposition to the Costco development proposal. I live in District 1, approximately 1.3 miles west of the Collier Boulevard Rattlesnake Hammock intersection. I became a Florida resident when I was 16, and I am a member of Costco. I don't believe a proper traffic impact study could have been completed when the potential for additional development, like the petition for rezoning South Naples Citrus Grove, which would add an additional 423 homes, is still pending. I also believe that this rezoning or development request will not be the last in this area, meaning additional vehicles on the road. Consideration of additional developments, both planned and pending, on Tamiami Trail and Collier Boulevard south to Marco Island should be considered, as their route would most likely be Collier Boulevard to and from I-75 interchange, which is way north. This Costco will, the traffic this Costco will attract daily could cause critical delays for those seeking emergency medical care or ambulances trying to get to Physicians Regional Hospital. I believe the approval of the ASW by the Planning Commission may have been based on inaccurate information. The applicant stated the gas station hours would be, quote, commensurate with the wholesale store's hours of operation, unquote. This statement was used when the staff analysis and recommendations stated, quote, the applicant committed that the hours of the gas station will coincide with the store hours, end quote. As many Costco gas stations nationwide open at 6 a.m., while the stores open at 10 a.m., I ask for proof of other Costco locations where the gas stations are not open outside of the store's operating hours. I also ask if the hours of operation are part of the Commission's approval, and how will you regulate them if they are? I am also concerned about the wildlife in the area and the proximity to the Picayune Strand. Of utmost importance, although there are many, is Florida's state animal, the critically endangered Florida panther, which roams this area. Just over 2 months ago, only about 2 miles from the proposed Costco location, 2 3.5-month-old female panther cubs were killed on Davis Boulevard. Knowing this is a high panther traffic area, what is being done to help protect these animals and their habitat? I ask that you please deny the proposed Costco development. Thank you.
Mr. Bosey, Milt, and I'm not going to try to say Milt's last name, raised a couple issues I just want to get on the record. In reference to the sign itself, I don't know how it was placed there, but is that in and of itself a violation of our ordinance if the sign is not facing a certain way?
Mike Bosley, Planning and Zoning Director. Chair, the claims of procedural due process have been raised at the Planning Commission. We checked the notifications, we checked the signage that was provided for, and everything seemed to be in accordance with what was required for the size of this property and for where the sign locations were.
All right, in terms of the written notices and everything, for the record, that was done properly as far as you.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Klaskow, there were issues of conflict of interest. Obviously, being a member of Costco is not a conflict of interest, but on the record, Commissioner LaCastro and I are both members of Costco. I'm assuming that that's not sufficient to have an appearance of impropriety or be in a conflict of interest.
Absolutely not.
All right, I just want to get those on the record.
All right, your next public speaker is David Richardson. He'll be followed by Frank Sapola. Mr. Richardson has been seated additional time from Laura Duncan. Thank you, ma'am. Linda Cohen. And Raymond Durkin. So he will have a total of 12 minutes.
I did have some written materials I wanted to present. I sent them to the county about 10 days ago. I'm not sure.
Give me 1 second, sir. I wasn't sure who that was associated with.
Why don't you go ahead and start your comments?
Okay. My name is David Richardson. I live in Azure at Hacienda Lakes. Regarding the market study and whether a gas station is needed at this intersection, I did a quick back of the envelope.
Is this your presentation here, sir?
No, it is not. But I did back of the envelope calculations based on their market study that says that there will be approximately 23,000 households in the market area in the year 2030. And they say that the usual household has 1.64 cars per household, which means approximately 38,000 total cars in the market area. The existing racetrack and 7-Eleven stations at Collier and Rattlesnake have 16 fueling stations each. According to Costco's traffic information study, a station with 24 fueling stations, which is what they want to put in, can accommodate a minimum of 400 cars per hour. So that means the racetrack and 7-Eleven combined can accommodate 533 cars per hour. Assuming they're open 16 hours per day, which is what I think Costco will be open. The racetrack is actually open 17 hours and 7-Eleven is open 24 hours. But assuming 16 hours a day, that means they can accommodate 8,528 cars per day, or just under 60,000 cars per week. In other words, there's 37,746 total cars in the market area, and these two stations alone can accommodate almost 60,000 cars in the market area, filling up once per week. So these two stations alone can easily service all of the cars in the market area. Even if we take their number of cars estimated with the project, with the Costco project, they say there'll be approximately 63,000 cars. Again, these two stations alone can accommodate 59,000 cars per week. So that's over 94% of the total demand in this area can be supplied by these two stations alone, let alone the 19 other stations in the market area that they identified. Another way to look at that is to say that with the 23,000 households in 2030 times the number of cars per household times 12.36 gallons per week, which is what they estimate each car uses per week, that's about 467,000 gallons per week in demand in 2030. But right now the market area supplies 588,000 gallons. So there's much more supply now than even the demand will be in 5 years. So I think in general, the idea that there's another gas station needed at this intersection is ludicrous, in my opinion. A couple of other notes on the market study. They say that they project population increase about 12% over the next 5 years, but they don't give a basis for that. The Florida Legislature Office of Economic and Demographic Research.
Sir, I've paused your time. Is this your notes?
Yes, these are my notes.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know how to go forward.
You want to scroll down?
Oh, you just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the traffic information study with 400 cars per hour. That's Costco's information study. This is the 63,000 cars with the project that they estimate in 2030. This is the 12% population increase. As I mentioned, the Florida legislature estimates that from 2020 to 2024, during the height of the COVID years, population in Collier County as a whole increased 8.7%. So this is projecting at least a 50% more population increase than during the go-go COVID years when everybody was moving here. And you'll see that same Florida legislature office projects a total increase of only 7.19% over the next 5 years. Even with the 12% increase in population, they project somehow a 15% increase in the number of households, which cannot happen unless the household size goes down, which I guess is possible, but they don't explain why that would be the case. And finally, they use this multiplier of the annual household spend on gasoline that they project to increase about $400 a year over the next 5 years. They don't explain that in their market study. Presumably it's because of inflation, but gas prices don't move with inflation. Different grades of gasoline have different prices, and if inflation increases, demand will go down. But they use this multiplier to try to tell us there's a 29% increase in demand for gasoline over the next 5 years, which is simply not the case. A couple of other issues with their waiver application. They say that this was mentioned just earlier, that the gas hours are commensurate with the store hours, but they're going to open the gas at 6 and the store doesn't open until 10. Regarding the adjacent residential properties, they never mentioned the Hammock Park Apartments, which is a 4-story apartment complex directly across the street. And based on the definition of adjacent land uses, that qualifies as an adjacent land use because it shares a public right-of-way. And that's less than 300 feet from the gas station. I think the biggest issue with their waiver application is they tell us that they're not going to sell convenience items, but there's a 160,000 square foot convenience store attached to this gas station. So I don't see how they can state with a straight face that they're not going to sell convenience items. I think they sell $1.50 hot dogs and soda pop and other things like that. For some reason, they want you to treat the gas station as a standalone entity, but it's not a standalone entity. When Mr. Wester was asked at the first Planning Commission meeting whether they would move forward with whether they'd move forward with the store if the gas station wasn't approved, he said this is a unified development plan and it has always been that way. So the gas goes with the store. So you should consider the store when you consider the gas station. Mr. Wester wants you to do that way. And this is what Mr. Bosey said at that Planning Commission meeting. If you look at the last sentence I underlined, or second to last sentence, it says, it is not a standalone gas station. It is a gas station that's associated with a membership department store. Something similar could be said about the 7-Eleven. It's not a standalone gas station. It's a gas station associated with a convenience store. The difference is a gas station with convenience store is permitted by the Land Development Code. A gas station with a general merchandise store is not permitted. As Mr. Spicogini mentioned, this provision of 5.05 of the Land Development Code places restrictions on, quote, facilities with fuel pumps. Facility with fuel pumps is defined as any establishment that sells, distributes, or pumps fuels for motor vehicles, whether or not such facility provides automotive repair services or includes a convenience store. In other words, Costco is a facility with fuel pumps. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. They wouldn't need a waiver of the 500-foot separation requirements. They'd be exempt from that. What are the restrictions on facilities with fuel pumps? They can only sell, in addition to automotive items, cold drinks, candies, tobacco, similar convenience goods, road maps, etc. Obviously, Costco sells a lot more than that. This provision of the Land Development Code prohibits them from doing that. When I brought this up at the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Bosey said this provision doesn't apply because the gas station is an accessory use, that the principal use is the merchandise store. There's no exceptions for accessory uses from this provision of the Land Development Code. They should be required. It's not a conventional gas station, I admit that, but it is a gas station according to the Land Development Code, and they should be required to follow all of the regulations applicable to gas stations. Really quickly, it's not an accessory use, as Mr. Wester stated. It's a unified development plan. There's nothing incidental about the gas station. The gas goes with the store. Gas station drives traffic to the store and vice versa. Mr. Wester mentioned this trip cap applicable to the south area of Hacienda Lakes, being the south area of south of Rattlesnake Hammock Road plus the future school. And he mentioned very briefly, this portion of the development shall not exceed 1,409 PM peak hour trips. And keep in mind, it says gross trips, not net trips, not new trips. This is the total number of trips for the south area. And the south area includes Esplanade. You'll see the reference to residential pod A in the previous sentence. That's now Esplanade, as you can sort of see from this map. It's a little hard to read. It also includes Ecos, which is entirely south of Rattlesnake Hammock Road. So to determine how much those residential developments contribute to traffic, I looked at the Institute for Traffic Engineers Trip Generation Manual. This is the same manual that they use in their traffic information study. I believe it's standard for this industry, traffic engineering. You'll see for residential planned unit development, like Esplanade, they have PM peak hour trips based on the number of residential units. Down here, 443 homes in Esplanade equals 318 PM peak hour trips. Ecos has 320 units, senior attached housing, that's 96 trips, a total of 414 total PM peak hour trips in this portion of the development. So Costco can contribute no more than 994 additional trips. This is their traffic information study. This is how many trips the warehouse generates. This is how many trips, PM peak hour trips, the future out parcels contribute, 1,088. Plus the 414 equals 1,500 total trips, exceeding the max of 1,409. Now they might say this includes the out parcels, which are not built yet and may never be built, but this doesn't include the gas station, which if you look at the ITE manual, would have 345 additional trips for a gas station with 24 fueling stations. So again, they're over the threshold. And the IT manual significantly understates the actual traffic that Costco will generate that was mentioned by a speaker earlier. That's not us saying that, that's Costco's own traffic engineers saying that. This is a memo they wrote in March of 2023 for a store in California. They say they maintain a database of trip data for Costco for over 20 years. They say that the actual traffic of a Costco is more than twice what the ITE manual says. And again, the ITE manual is the source for their numbers in their traffic information study. This is another memo they wrote in March of 2024 for a store in Littleton, Colorado. Again, they describe how they've been studying Costco and Costco gas facilities for over 20 years. They've invested significant effort into this site-specific trip generation database. So they have a database going back over 20 years showing the actual traffic that Costco will generate. So how much does it actually generate? Per 1,000 square feet of retail space, 7.09 trips. 162,000 square feet, this Costco in South Naples equals 1,153 PM peak hour trips. Add that to the residential trips, 1,567 total trips, exceeding the mass of 1,409. We're not asking you to go out of your way to deny Costco the ability to build here. We're just asking you to follow the law as it is written. I think you'll see that based on the plain language of the LDEC and the PUD ordinance, not only is a Costco not permitted as of right, it's actually prohibited by those items. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker will have 18 minutes. Would you like to do our court reporter break before then?
Are you ready for a break, or? All right, let's, we'll take a break until, let's say 5 minutes to, we're gonna take a break until 5 minutes to 3.
Okay, I found some of it. Okay, Larry Seeley and Kinberry had seated.
All right. Mr.
Ladies
Miller,
and
go ahead.
gentlemen,
Mr. Miller, go ahead and call the next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, we had a speaker cede 3 additional minutes to Milt Rosanna Bashir.
Okay, we're going to bend the rule just a little bit. Milt's an attorney, and I thought that he was going to get 3 more minutes because somebody else is ceding to him. That's an exception to our rule. Milt, you have 3 minutes.
No.
Why don't we go ahead and call another speaker first?
All right. We'll do Frank Cipolla next. Frank has been seated additional time from Paul Todorovich. Here. Tony Barbella. Here. Camille Barbella. Jack, is this Jack Cummings? Oh, okay. Mehdi Habibi. Hope I was close. Marilyn Foose.
Marilyn Foose.
Yeah, I see her. Larry Seeley. Ken Berry. Susan Seeley. And Lisa Laughlin. We'll have to recount this real quick. 1, 2.
Troy, before you get started too, I just want to remind the audience that Terry, our wonderful court reporter here, is taking verbatim minutes. So if we could just have everybody keep the conversation down in the audience, it makes it hard for her to be able to take accurate minutes when she can hear background noise. And I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And Frank has a total of 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. My name is Frank Cipolla. I am a private businessman. I am a resident of Naples for 8 years full-time, and I live at Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. So here we are at this moment. You gentlemen, all of you, have the power to stop this if you want. I was thinking the other day, why? Why does this have to go in that spot? There are a lot of people here who are Costco members. They enjoy going to Costco. But why do we have to try to jam this round peg into a square hole? It doesn't make sense. East Naples is currently rather undeveloped. There are large stretches of land in places where Costco could go, but it insists on putting this up against a residential community and next to a hospital, and I'll touch on that in just a moment. Costco is not a destination stop. You go to Costco to save a penny on a gallon of gasoline and you buy in bulk. It is not a destination. I should say it is a destination. You go there for a specific reason. You don't stumble upon a Costco. So if it's a mile east, west, north, or south, it really doesn't matter. They can get the Marco Market. They can get the other market. They need one in South Naples. It does not have to be here. We have mentioned this before. Mr. Wester has poo-pooed it and his overlords at Costco. There's 84 acres of land with plenty of roadway at the corner of Davis and Santa Barbara. It's for sale. We've seen the sign. I'm not a real estate agent. He'll mention that, I'm sure. Now, Mr. Wester and his team, from the very first information meeting that we had in February to now, when we asked the question, why do we have to put it in that spot? His reply is and has always been, well, it's zoned commercial. Let me tell you something. That is not an answer. That is a dodge. It's designed to quiet us. It's disrespectful. And for a company that prides itself on working with the community, it's insulting. And we would have thought by this point, through the Planning Commission and the county commissioners, that you would have noticed that by now. So let me indulge me for just a moment as I clear a couple of things up. The folks at Costco are not being truthful. They're not. Mr. Wester misquoted me at the Planning Commission meeting last month and then misled the Planning Commission. So let me state again for the record, you are voting or will be voting, if you do vote today, on the only Costco in the United States of America that would be up against a residential community and a functioning hospital. This is the only one. Now, Mr. Wester put on a children's magic trick and showed a whole bunch of Costco's up against residential areas, but we took note that they're just up against residential areas, and sometimes they are. But this would be the only one in the United States that would be up against a residential area and a functioning hospital. Think about that for a moment. This Costco would also increase the number of gas pumps, not stations, gas pumps to about 70 and make that corner, according to Gas Buddy, the only corner in all of Naples with 3 gas stations. This is what you would be voting for. Now, let's go back in time a little bit, and I've mentioned this to the planning commissioner. Let's say I came to you 5 years ago and said, gentlemen, I have an idea for that little piece of land at the corner of Rattlesnake and Collier. And you would say, okay, tell me a little bit about it. Instead of putting a shopping center that everyone can enjoy, not just Costco members, we're going to put a giant warehouse there. We think it's a giant warehouse there. Your immediate question after that would be, well, I guess you would have an entrance and exit off Collier Boulevard. And I would say, no. We're going to use a small 2-lane highway that goes into a community and is essentially a dead end. And we're going to have trucks, trailers, cars, 4,500 per day, possibly a lot more, make an awkward turn into this off a 2-lane roadway. You would say, well, that doesn't sound so good. Then I would pull you inside and say, look, I have another entrance. I made a deal with the hospital next door, which is hurting for money, and I'll touch on that in just a moment, that we are going to use one of their 2 entrances to run cars, trucks, trailers around a functioning hospital at all hours of the day and night to get in there. You would probably look at me at that moment and say, this is ludicrous. Think about that for a second. Now, Mr. Locastro, to his credit, said, look, we don't want a hearing examiner to take a look at this. We would rather have the Planning Commission look at this. And we applauded that. And he promised in one of your newsletters, Mr. Locastro, a deep dive. He also said a moment ago that it would be a robust review. So let's talk about what the Planning Commission did. It was so deep, this dive, that there was no market study and nobody noticed it until we mentioned it, which should have stopped it right then and there. Neighbors nearby were not notified by mail. Milt and I had to go and notify them because they were not notified by mail, which I believe is required by law. Private conversations were had, as Milt mentioned a moment ago, between the Planning Commission chair and Costco, and when we pointed it out to the commissioner and asked him to recuse himself, he said no. And then, when he was caught, he told us, oh, we chatted about A, B, and C. There were private emails that went back and forth from the chairman of the Planning Commissioner and Mr. Wester. We pointed that out as well. We'd like to see what those emails say. And the Planning Commission voted to disobey a county ordinance about placing a gas station within 500 feet property line to property line, which is on the books to protect nearby residents from traffic and safety issues. They disobeyed that. And we had a discussion about this a little while ago. In short, the Planning Commission has conceivably bent over backwards to make this happen. Now, let me give you an example. Not too many people saw this, but I took notice. During the Planning Commission after lunch, one of the meetings, they talked about putting, of all things, a bus stop. In addition to everything else on that 2-lane roadway, let's put a bus stop right next to Costco. The Planning Commission rightfully said to Mr. Wester and his team, would you mind putting the bus stop partially on your property or on your property? And he said no, and they said, okay, that's fine with us. So it leads me to believe that who are they working for and who are you working for? You're working for the constituents who voted you in, not for a multi-million-dollar company to have what it wants. Now, neighbors have come to me. I'm not insinuating anything nefarious. I want to go on the record. But I can't say that about my neighbors. They have seen the Planning Commission meetings. Lots of them are here today. They have seen the leading questions from Mr. Locastro, and they think that it's a done deal. But you have the power right now to tell Mr. Wester and his team to go back to the drawing board, find another site, and then we could sit down with Mr. Locastro, maybe the owner of the property, and plan something that will benefit all of us and not just Costco members. What I'm asking you to do is use your common sense. In your quiet moments, you must know that this is idiotic. And that was my quote, by the way. It is idiotic. It's a tragedy waiting to happen. A warehouse and gas pumps up against a functioning hospital. cars, tractor-trailer trucks, tankers making awkward turns from two-lane roadway onto a driveway which leads to a 62 and over community. If you vote in favor of this, and I hope you will not, three things will happen. First, the residents not having received a fair hearing from the Planning Commission, and hopefully getting a fair hearing here, but if not, we will take this to a judge and have him or her decide. We are ready, willing, and able to seek injunctive relief. This doesn't end it here. We're taking this to court, and I mentioned that to them in the last meeting. Second, you, and specifically Mr. LoCastro, will have to answer for this. I have a petition done with the help of JotForm online of 400 signatures, residents in and around the community. And I would say to Mr. LoCastro, should you run for re-election or, God forbid, Congress, that people will remember your actions today and how you voted. And third, and I've said this before, and this is important, this will lead to an increase in accidents, injuries, and death at that corner. And when the first elderly resident with a walker trying to cross Collier Boulevard is hit and struck by a car, or tanker tips over because there's not enough room to make a turn off a two-lane or highway, or a multi-car accident results in injuries and kills several people, I am going to email all of you if you vote for this, because you will be complicit in what goes on at that corner. You go back to your homes, wherever you might live, but everything that happens at that corner is going to be on your heads. Now, while I'm on this subject, and this is important, let me tell you about a meeting that Milt and I had, he's my witness, this past summer with the COO of Physicians Regional Hospital on Collier Boulevard. I will note that is the exact same position Mr. LoCastro held for 4 years, which is yet another reason for him to recuse himself. Milt is here as my witness. You could talk to him if you'd like. Milt and I sat down with Physicians Regional COO Kareem Ghanem. And I said to him the same thing I said to you a moment ago. This will lead to more accidents, injuries, and death. And you know what he said? Well, we don't want death. Milt is my witness. The implication being that injuries are something they want. In fact, let me tell you something. He then went on to tell me that the hospital is struggling to make money, and with the Costco next door, through visibility and these accidents, they estimate 6 or 7 emergency room visits a day, equaling hundreds of thousands of dollars for the hospital. Thank you. That's why they're so eager to rent out a road around a functioning hospital for cars, tractors, and trailers to use, because they'd like to get a check every month. And accidents, injuries, and death. The job of a politician is to work for all of your constituents. And I'm looking at you, Mr. LoCastro.
All 5 of us are going to vote on this.
I understand
I hope you
that.
did your homework
I'm
on
looking
that.
at you, though, because you represent this particular district. There is a large conference room in this building, and not once in this entire process has Mr. LoCastro said, let's all meet in a room. Maybe there's some compromise here. He has instead detailed again and again in his rather repetitive and lengthy emails and newsletters with a lot of underlining what the process is, as if you are a colonel telling your inferior officers what we should do and how we should do it.
Unsubscribe.
I'm sorry?
Unsubscribe.
You're going to let me speak, or you're going to speak?
No, go ahead.
Mr. LoCastro also said he is hearing from dozens, hundreds of people who are for this project. We've had 3 hearings so far, 21 speakers with Milton, several today, probably 25. Not one person has come to any of these meetings to talk about how they want this. Not one. So where are these people? Where are they? And worse yet, a hospital next door is chasing dollars, which is willing to let cars, truck, tankers use only one of its 2 entrances. It only has 2 entrances. One of them, they have permission from Costco to use. Your job, all of you gentlemen, if you work for us, is to tell Mr. Wester and his overlords at Costco that they need to go back to the drawing board, and at that point we can sit down with Mr. Locastro, maybe even the owner of the property, Mr. Torres, and plan this out for the benefit of the entire community. Not just the percentage of people who are Costco members hoping to save pennies on a gallon of gasoline. Costco is not going away. They need a second location in East or South Naples. It's not a do or die proposition. It will find another more suitable site, and there are plenty. And when all of you go home, you can rest easy knowing you did not create a safety and traffic hazard that will injure and kill people for many years to come. Thank you.
You're next. We're going to have Milt do his 3 minutes right here, and then Milt will be followed by Jack Yazinski.
Milt, you had that one other person who...
Thank you for seating me this time, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Comment.
Yes, sir.
I welcome all comments from the public. But if you can't keep your comments not being personal, you're going to tune me out just like that. And I want you to know that up front. We have no intention of entertaining anything personal against any of us. We're here to do a job, and we want to listen, and we want to do it as well as we can. But the personal attacks, I find, are very shallow.
I agree with that. Milt?
Thank you. Milton Spikajny again, 8373 Promoso Court. I want to talk about their request for insubstantial change. I don't believe their request for an insubstantial change is valid. Your land development code indicates section 10.02.13. There are three types of changes to a PUD ordinance: substantial, insubstantial, and minor. Number one, substantial change. Any substantial changes to an approved PUD ordinance shall require the review and recommendation of the Planning Commission and approval of the Board of County Commissioners as a PUD amendment prior to implementation. Applicants shall be required to submit and process a new application complete with pertinent supporting data as set forth in the administrative code for the purpose of this section, and substantial change shall be deemed to exist where, and I'm going to go through some items. B, a proposed increase in the total number of dwelling units, intensity of land use, height, or buildings within the development. E, a substantial increase in the impact of the development, which may include, but are not limited to, increases in traffic generation, changes in traffic circulation, or impacts or on other public facilities. Bingo, that's a substantial change. F, a change that will result in land use activities that generate a higher level of vehicular traffic based upon the trip generation manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineering. Costco traffic engineer used that particular manual. Another reason. H, a change that will bring about a relationship to an abutting land use that would be incompatible with an adjacent land use. There can be no question that this land use is incompatible with a residential and a hospital use. No question. Nobody on earth is going to challenge that supposition. So therefore, you should deem this to be a substantial change. Look at your own ordinances. It's clear legal language. There's no question about it. Another reason is, have you heard of the Polk Collier trail system? I talked to the engineer in that system. His name is David Turley. Costco wants to use the right-of-way, the power and light right-of-way for additional parking. That is going to be used by the trail system. So there's a conflict there. You should check that out. Okay? I would also indicate that you should follow Mr. Schumacher's dissenting opinion. There's not enough roadway there to accommodate the traffic. You're asking for a conflagration allowing tanker trucks to turn there. You're asking for bus stops. There's a future school that's going to be in that area. You guys are asking for a catastrophe to take place. Please heed that. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jack Yazinski. Jack will be followed by Roy Martin. Jack has been seated additional time from Nancy Yazinski, Linda Hughes, Paul, is this Cecilio? Close. Michael Holler. Michael is Hammond? Okay. James Gould. Stephen Shores. And Thomas Convery. That will be a total of 27 minutes, sir.
Thank you. And my name is Jack Yazinski. It's spelled Y-A-Z-I-N-S-K-I, just like it's pronounced. My wife and I, Nancy and I, live full-time in the Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes, and we have done so for about 3 years now, after owning a house in Lely for a number of years. By way of introduction, before I moved here, we lived in New Hampshire, where I was a practicing attorney specializing in municipal and land use law until 2001, when I was appointed to the State Circuit Court bench, where I served as a judge for 22 years, taking on senior status in 2022. So as I said, we lived in Lely, or we had a place in Lely for a long time, and we love it here. We love the area of Naples where we are. We love the people, and we decided we wanted to live here full time. We watched the Hacienda Lakes development from the beginning as it slowly progressed. And we decided that we would look in there. And we liked it. So before we signed a purchase and sale agreement, I decided I was going to go and look into the PUD, the MPUD, what was going to be allowed, what wasn't going to be allowed, because it seemed to really fit what we were looking for. And I also have had experience with PUDs, and they're a great idea. And the county took great steps in adopting the growth management plan that included PUDs. So as I did that research, I looked carefully at all of the minutes. I looked carefully at the hearing before this commission in 2011, and then the minutes from the passage of Ordinance 1141, which Mr. Bosey referenced earlier. And in all of those minutes, and I'm going to read from some of them, this activity zone was described as a zone with various retail uses. Various retail uses. And it made sense because it was planned to have the multifamily units, it was planned to have the single-family homes, retail and commercial to support it. And Mr. Bosey, thankfully, made my point for me when he got up here and started showing the slides and the purpose and the rationale for PUDs. The first paragraph he quoted from said, "This mixed PUD is mixed use in character," and the words are beautiful. It's designed to be done on a human scale. It's going to be pedestrian friendly, maintaining a wide range of uses. That's why I went there. But what you have in front of you is not a wide range of use, it's a monolith that is going to take up, despite the fact I said we're only using half of the square footage we're allowed, that property is going to be paved over, and you're not going to see any other retail uses except for some small pads. That is not a variety of uses. So when Costco was proposed, I went back and thought, well, I must have missed something, because this just does not seem to be consistent with what was represented to the planning office, to the planning board, and to the commission when you were forming this MPUD. And in all of those meetings, the representations that were made to the various boards and to this commission were consistent. For instance, the minutes from the October 25, 2011 meeting, when the ordinance 1141 was adopted. Mr. Yanovich, the attorney representing Costco and the developer, states, "We're asking for a maximum of 327,500 square feet of retail uses, which are going to be part of this activity center. That would lead one to believe that you would have retail uses that are consistent with a large development, a large neighborhood, and a large market. Again, not one monolithic structure. He then goes on, and this is on page 139 of the minutes of October 25, 2011, again, Mr. Yanovich speaking. We're asking for the residential PUD with the typical development standards you would find in a residential PUD. We're asking for a commercial PUD with the typical uses and development standards you would find in the PUD. No one could have been contemplating that there would be one use for that retail space, for that commercial zone, for this activity zone. Page 142, again, the October 25, 2011 meeting. What we're doing, whatever retail we construct on the residential medical tract would be subtracted from the overall 27,500 square feet of retail uses. So, what are the retail uses? What are the commercial uses? This is the important part of my argument, and I would ask you respectfully to pay attention to it, because it goes against what your planner and the Planning Commission. I'm sorry, did I say something funny?
Yeah, you did, asking me to pay attention. I did.
Well, you know what? It's part of being a judge and realizing nobody pays attention to you when you're talking. So, counsel, would you pay attention to me as I'm talking? So I apologize. But now that you are paying attention, Ordinance 1141, and this goes along with what David presented to you about whether or not this is actually a permitted use. And I think if you read the minutes that led to the adoption of this ordinance, along with this proposal, and stressing what Mr. Wester has said numerous times, that this is one proposal. This is not a retail unit with an accessory gas station. This is one unit. And I suggest to you that that means this commission, when it adopted this ordinance, would have made that a permitted use if you intended to have it as a permitted use. But if we go and look at the permitted uses, you will find, as Mr. Wester rightly pointed out, 90 or more uses. And they include just about everything you can imagine. Laundromats, multifamilies, auto stores, auto dealers, building construction, bowling centers, bookkeeping services, business credit institutions, home furniture, glass glaze working, non-depository credit institutions, miscellaneous retail, passenger car leasing. 89 uses until you get to 90. And 90, which Mr. Wester quoted in part, leaving out the most important part, is this. And this is where Costco would come in. It's a use that could be permitted if any other commercial use, which is comparable in nature with the foregoing list of permitted uses, and this is the part that he conveniently left out, and consistent with the purpose and intent statement of the district as determined by the BZA. Well, we know what the purpose and intent is because Mr. Bosti told us, right? It's supposed to be pedestrian friendly. It's supposed to contain a mix of uses. This Costco goes completely against that. It is one use that is combining a slew of uses. Now, point out again that the ordinance was actually drafted and submitted for the county commissioner's approval by counsel for the developer. He could have added in use number 91, a members-only warehouse with a gas station. I suggest to you, if at that initial meeting, October 25, 2011, where the commission was considering adoption of this ordinance, if that was suggested, you would have been incredulous. You would have said, no, wait, this is a MPUD. Everything that goes in there is supposed to have some benefit to the PUD. You have 1,700 apartments. How does a Costco with a private gas station benefit those 1,700 apartments? It is not a permitted use. And if you were to find anything, the only way that they can come in front of you would be under paragraph 90, any other commercial use, and that would be contingent upon you making the specific factual findings that it is consistent with the purpose and intent statement of the district. And I suggest it's not. So the market study was touched on, and the market study lacks a lot of information. It does not show that this proposed gas station actually benefits this market. You heard the numbers are accurate. They simply don't meet the criteria. The other thing that's amazing, and once again, my friend David went into this, the traffic study is so flawed. And you know, he's a brilliant real estate attorney. He did the homework, he did the math, he did the research. I suggest before you can even act on this, Costco's got to come back and incorporate the information that he found, that's their information about traffic flow and traffic statistics from the memoranda that he found simply by doing a Google search. That traffic study is flawed. And if you allow this to go forward, it's going to go forward with a traffic study that is flawed. So I am done, and I'm going to go back and go home to with my wife, Nancy, who I promised when I retired I would not be standing in front of boards and making arguments, but here I am. So you're going to hear a presentation from Roy Martin. Mr. Martin, you know, he's not going to tell you about himself, but I'm going to tell you that you're about to hear a presentation from a guy that is one of the smartest people I know. He's a chemical engineer. He personally holds over 60 patents, many dealing with water and the treatment of water. So when he comes up, I know he's not going to tell you how qualified he is, but this guy is really, really qualified, and it's interesting. Yeah. So, final words. Edward Abbey, back around 1975, said something that I think is appropriate for this. Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of the cancer cell. And all we're doing if we approve this is approving growth for the sake of growth. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time.
Your next speaker is, in fact, Roy Martin, and he will be followed by Diego Zaragoza Limos. Mr. Martin's been seated additional time from Jacqueline, is this Schmerlo? Yep. Okay. Tom Rath, Elaine Rath, Tony, or I don't know if that's Tony or Toby Robershire, Roseuhera? No? All right. Tim Alonzi, Brian Bina, Carol Kizizek. Oh, thank you. The silent K got me. And Richard, not even going to try, Bukowski? Oh, all right. So that's going to be a total of 24 minutes. And they will be followed, as I said, by Diego Zaragoza Limos. And let me get his PowerPoint up. There you go.
Well, thank you for having me. My name is Roy Martin. I'm a resident Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. My background's chemical engineering, as Jack told you. I have 40 years of water treatment experience, specifically in areas of wastewater, industrial water, oil and gas recovery, and hydraulic fracturing. I have 35 slides to get through with limited time, so I'm going to stay on script to complete the presentation on time. Then I can take any questions. Initially, it may appear this presentation is a bit off topic, but please bear with me, as in the end, the big picture and gravity of its content will come to light. On July 17, 2025, I presented to the County Committee findings from a study conducted by the South Florida Water Management District. The study exposed communities experiencing increased flooding along the Henderson Creek Canal as a result of land development. We live in a floodplain. Knowing the flood risk, what can be done to mitigate the flooding potential? Please note the word shall. Shall means mandatory. It must be done without exception. Referring to the green highlights, the floodplain management ordinance shall apply to all developments that is wholly within or partly within any flood hazard area. The plot of land at Collier Boulevard and Rattlesnake Hammock Road is zoned FEMA Zone AH, flood hazard area. The intent of the floodplain management ordinance is to, quote, prevent or minimize future flood damage and minimize damage to public and private utilities and facilities. This is the Collier County Land Development Code 6.05.01, water management requirements. I highlighted in blue and green a couple of key elements. Please take note of these key elements as I will be illustrating examples of them being put to practice. Stormwater runoff from outside the development shall be included in stormwater design and shall provide for optimal on-site detention of stormwater runoff. Metrics were used to assess how these developments are complying with the Water Management Requirement Code 6.05.01. Note the black print. The total impervious surface comprises all surfaces that will produce stormwater runoff, such as the building, roads, parking, sidewalk, etc. The metric compares the development design based on a 100-year, 3-day storm model. The metric comprises water detention divided by the total impervious surface in order to obtain the percent area for stormwater detention. 2, master drainage diagram to determine if drainage connects to the Henderson Creek. And 3, identify if an NPDES permit exists, which is required for stormwater discharge to a waterway. Let's see how these new developments match up. Starting from north to south. Camus development. Water detention to total impervious surface is 240%. Note the retention lakes have permanent water, but also serve as detention lakes for temporary storage of stormwater runoff. The blue highlighted conduit pipes that channel water to and between the lakes. Note the yellow highlighted Henderson Creek at top. There is no connection between the Camus property and the Henderson Creek Canal. Camus is self-contained. It is following the Collier County codes and ordinances. Camus is doing it right and being a good neighbor. Moving south along Collier Boulevard. This is the Fiore Apartments. This development raises concern. The blue highlighted area is showing the dry detention. Oh, sorry, that's Seven Shores. Huh? I'm getting a little ahead of myself. This is the Seven Shores community. Water detention 52.1%. The drainage diagram is similar to Camus. They use retention lakes that also provide stormwater detention. Note the green highlight. It shows drainage from entrance road directed to Lake 3. Do you recall the code 0.65.01b? Stormwater runoff from outside the development shall be included in the stormwater design. This is an example of the code being put into practice by the developer. Seven Shores development is self-contained. Another good neighbor. This is the Fiore Apartments. This development raises concern. The blue highlighted area shows the dry detention that is clearly undersized. The green highlighted area shows the overflow from the stormwater detention drains into Henderson Creek. Note the NPDES permit. The yellow highlights toward the bottom right is the stormwater discharge rates in the Henderson Creek Canal. I took the liberty to convert them into gallons per minute. Please note how these flow rates are modeled based off the standardized set of storm models. We should all note that this is water that will be flowing down Henderson Creek Canal that had never done so before. While we don't know what impact this will have on downstream flooding yet, we do know with 100% certainty it will not make the flooding risk better. Continuing south. This is the Hammock Park Apartments with the 7-Eleven. The development also uses dry detention like Fiore Apartment. However, note the green highlighted area on top right. The dry retention overflows to a large preserve located on site. Also note the red highlights to the left, showing drainage from Henderson Creek Overpass and the 7-Eleven gas station is collected as mandated by code 6.05.01. Hammock Park Apartment is self-contained, having no connection to Henderson Creek Canal. This developer is following the land development codes. Moving to the south and east, we have the Ecos Apartments. The red box shows a large retention, Lake 14, where the stormwater is conveyed to. Also, note the property line to the west. It backs up to the Florida Power Light easement, and the built road structures clearly illustrate future development. The yellow highlights show conduit pipe connected to the retention Lake 14 for stormwater detention. The developer is complying with Collier County codes for land development. This is the initial Costco site plan showing 677,000 plus change of total impervious surface. This shows the total initial planned expansion of Costco comprising over 767,000 square feet of total impervious surface. Please note the green highlights. The latest site plan demonstrates, and this is dated, this came from a study dated 7/29/2025. Please note the green highlights. The latest site plan demonstrates Costco will now comprise 969,100 square feet of surface producing stormwater runoff. Also, please note the green highlight toward the bottom, which states it exceeds the overall permitted land uses. This shows the new site plan comprising 969,100 square feet of impervious surfaces that produce stormwater runoff. This is greater than 26% larger than the original site plan. It is apparent to me when the county grants Costco a waiver, they add another acre. Furthermore, note the yellow highlighted area. This is the project boundary. So much for restricting the development to the plot of land they purchased. This table shows the on-site underground detention of stormwater. The total capacity is just under 1.8 million gallons of stormwater. This table shows the storage capacity of Lake 13, located on the southwest corner of the proposed Costco property. It has a detention capacity of just under 1.6 million gallons of stormwater. In order for Costco to meet the mandatory on-site detention of stormwater under Code 6.05.01, like the other developers, they need detention of over 9.4 million gallons of stormwater. Based on Costco's design plan, they only provide enough on-site detention to accommodate less than 36% of the mandatory on-site detention of stormwater. Also note the green transparent box on the left showing the plot of land for commercial development, while the orange section shows the boundary, the project boundary, as a result of the proposed discharge of stormwater to off-site locations. Now, let's see how Costco stacks up against the other new developments in the area. Even with utilizing underground stormwater detention, which is included in this assessment, the allocation of land for stormwater detention is grossly inadequate. To put into perspective, picture, if you mind, if you will, a red fire hydrant. The cap's removed and the valve is fully opened. The rushing stream of water begins flooding the street. Water jumps over the curb onto the grass, etc. This example comprises about 500 gallons per minute. During a major storm event, on average, Costco's site plan would discharge over 2,100 gallons per minute, equivalent to over 4 fire hydrants operating at 100% capacity. At peak rainfall of 3 inches per hour, which is a FEMA number, Costco's site plan would discharge over 30,000 gallons per minute. This is equivalent to opening 60 500-gallon per minute fire hydrants full blast. This is the stormwater management report dated September 5th, 2025. It's only 5 weeks old. Note the yellow highlights, requesting a, quote, major modification to the South Florida Water Management District permit. Essentially, Costco is paving over the plot of land. As a result, they do not have sufficient land to allocate toward stormwater detention like that implemented by other developers. Even the underground detention combined with the pond named Lake 13 is grossly undersized. As a result, Costco is now proposing to discharge the stormwater to off-site locations, such as Lake 14. Then transport the excess stormwater from Lake 14 to open land just north of the Azure community. I converted the proposed 25-year discharge flow rate to gallons per minute. I included the 100-year discharge rate I obtained from Appendix H. Appendix E provided a green highlighted 100-year, 3-day level, stage level of 12.51 feet, which would provide a significantly lower discharge rate as illustrated in Appendix H. In other words, the wrong value was reported. This illustrates that Lake 14 requires a major permit allowance in order to increase the 100-year, 3-day peak stage to 12.55 feet from 12.51 feet. The report is based on a microcosm of Costco's discharge rate. The 203-page report does not include the existing discharge requirements to Lake 14, comprising over 1.8 million gallons of stormwater from ECO's apartment. This 1.8 million gallons of stormwater would have been detained in Lake 14. Now the additional 1.8 million gallons of stormwater will need to be discharged to the land to the north of Azure under the proposed Costco plan. Not exactly a small amount of water to dismiss as oversight. Here I assessed the peak stormwater runoff resulted from both Costco and ECO's using the FEMA 3-inch per hour rainfall rate. During a major storm event, over 36,000 gallons per minute of stormwater runoff can be produced, equivalent to over opening 72 500-gallon per minute fire hydrants at the same time. The purple line shows the approximate location where the stormwater will be discharged. The discharge from Lake 14 will comprise stormwater from Costco that is not detained on site, as well as ECO stormwater runoff, as Lake 14 can no longer detain the ECO stormwater without exceeding the 12.55 foot peak stage resulting from the proposed major modification. It is important to realize that during a major storm event like a 100-year model required, the over 15 inches of rainwater is being distributed across the entire region. Lake 14 receives it, as well as the land where the over 7.8 million gallons of stormwater runoff is proposed to discharge onto. The land will become saturated and water will pool. Adding over 7.8 million gallons of water onto the top of saturated soil is enough to cover 24 acres of land with 1 foot of stormwater. South Florida Water Management District has determined that the severity of major storm events has increased. As a result, the South Florida Water Management District is in the process of increasing their design factors to compensate. This is a 2022 memorandum. The yellow highlights show that for the 10-year, 3-day model, the South Florida Water Management District will increase the design requirements by an additional 23%. Relating this to the Costco site plan, this change would then require on-site detention of over 11.5 million gallons of stormwater runoff. The fact that Southwest Florida District is in the process of updating their models as a result of increased storm intensity, this knowledge should drive home the severe risk associated with deviating from Code 6.05.01 that mandates on-site detention of stormwater runoff. The intent of the floodplain management ordinance is to, quote, prevent or minimize future flood damage and, quote, minimize damage to public and private facilities and utilities. Code 6.0501 is in place to ensure intent of the floodplain management ordinance is achieved by mandating on-site detention of stormwater runoff. This is an illustration exemplifying how this plot of land could be developed while meeting the established codes and ordinances. It could also serve the entirety of the local residential communities with restaurants and shops, a beautiful retention lake with fountains that enhance the beauty of Southwest Florida. Or it could also be a Costco that is being a good neighbor. The development is self-contained, like the majority of new developments in the area, meeting the mandatory codes and ordinances. The entire development fits into the plot of land being purchased. The commercially zoned plot of land in question was never meant to be exploited in the manner being proposed. The proposed Costco site plan fits into this lot of land like a man fits in a 52-inch waist, fits in a size 40 pants. It doesn't work. The codes on the books are the county laws that shall be enforced without exception. They are mandated. When codes and ordinances are waived, there is a risk, and with risk comes liability and accountability. I've demonstrated how other developments design their site plans to meet the requirements of the mandated codes. The proposed Costco land development looks nothing like these other new developments. What was initially a proposed 677,000 square foot impervious area has now grown to over 969,000 square feet. As I previously stated, every time the county provides a waiver, Costco adds an acre. The floodplain management ordinance is in place to ensure the safety and well-being of the public and property. The risk and potential harm to life and property I just exposed is very real. Turn on the news and we hear, with increased frequency, interviews from people in communities to our north, describing how they had lived there for 20 years and never experienced flooding like they do now. More often than not, the flooding is attributed to the building of new developments. We've all heard the phrase, looking at the trees instead of the forest. Does anyone here believe those developments didn't undergo extensive site planning and move through various committees before being approved? Maybe those involved in signing off on the design plans were so focused on their small portion of the project, they missed the 1.8 million gallon stormwater runoff already allocated to the retention lake. Oops. I've done what I can do. Now the onus to prevent this from happening to the residential communities is now in the hands of our elected officials. I've come here today to disclose on record the gravity of the self-inflicted risk. These risks can be mitigated by simply enforcing the codes, meant to ensure the safety and well-being of the residents and property. The law is on the side of this committee. To me, it is an easy decision. For my parting comment, I'm going to use an analogy. The federal government comprises three equal bodies: executive, legislative, and judiciary. The judiciary is there not to make the law, but to ensure the executive and legislative branches operate within the law. This committee is the judiciary. It is your responsibility to ensure whatever comes your way meets the county codes and ordinances to ensure the safety and well-being of the residents and property. The various other entities involved in the permitting, design approvals, etc., comprise the other two branches of government. It doesn't matter what they approve. This committee needs to consider if what they approve meets the requirements within the established codes and ordinance of Collier County. This plot of land will be developed, but will it be developed to serve the residential community or serve Costco? I thank you for your time and attention. I can take a question.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Diego Zaragoza Lemus, and he'll be followed by David Stasiak.
Hi, my name is Diego Zaragoza. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a long-term resident here in Naples, Florida. I came to this place when I was only 5 months old in the year 1999. And for me, it's kind of hypocritical that the residents of Hennessy Lakes have any issues with a brand new Costco being built here when previously and before the year 2012 their community wasn't even built. Can I use this thing to show pictures?
Yes. That'll work.
Kind of.
Right here in the picture, it says that
You're going to need to use.
You need to stay on the microphone, sir.
as you can see, it says that Hennessy Lakes was built in the year 2012 and still being built as of right now. So even before this, I remember the whole entire Hennessy Lakes was nothing but trees and stuff like that. So for them to plan about this new Costco being built is like I said, hypocritical and laughable. As you can see, the current Costco and right there, the blue, is where I currently live. I live at Tuscan ISO. And as you can see, it takes about 22 minutes to get to the current Costco. With the new proposed Costco, it'll cut that time in half. And I speak not just for myself, but for, hold on. I think I accidentally delete. But,
Oh no.
anyways, I speak for the entire of the residents of Golden Gate and Naples Manor that this brand new Costco being built will save us time to get to this Costco. And not only that, but as a long-term resident, I'm seeing a lot of new development here in Naples. And as I grew up here in Naples, I've been through Lely, Manatee, Osceola Elementary School, Pine Ridge Middle School, and lastly, Lely High School as my graduate year of 2018. And I see a lot of new changes being built here. I'm seeing new communities like this right here. There's a new resident apartment complex in Golden Gate being built right there. And over here in this red, as you can see, you're seeing that brand new highway where I live. That pink pin where that is, that's where I live. And in the red, they're building a new highway and stuff like that. And I know there's going to be a new apartment complex there. And on the right, on the top right there, there's going to be a brand new Chick-fil-A there. And I'm excited for all this development because I'm excited of all this brand new things going on in Naples. I'm excited that a lot of new people are coming into this city. But it's, like I said, it's laughable and hypocritical that any brand new residents coming over here in Naples have any problem or have any issue with a new building being built in their area. Like, for example, like I said, Costco. And I have no issue with Costco being built there at all. So, like I said, hypocritical and laughable. And you guys, like I said, your resident was not even there at all. It was nothing but trees
Excuse me,
and nature.
you need to address just us, not the audience.
I'm sorry, but like I said, before the residency, there were nothing but trees and nature, and now they're concerned about like environmental concern or safety concern
and your time is up.
Can I say this one more thing?
One sentence, if you could do it quickly.
Okay, build that Costco for the entire long-term resident of Naples, please, and thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is David Stasiak, and he will be followed by Lynette Keller.
Yes, my name is David Stasiak. I live at 8064 Calais Canovas Court in Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. I am currently the development is at the dead end of Rattlesnake and Hammock Road. My main concern, especially after Roy Martin mentioned about the storm surge and the storage of this water. This is, it's causing the additional flooding in that area. I was told that my insurance company, Galt Insurance, they said that the flood insurance, the flood rate from FEMA was changed in this area, and due to the overdevelopment within this area. Also, I wanted to mention that in March of 2017, there was a fire of 6,000 acres, which closed down Collier Boulevard from Davis to all the way to Rattlesnake Hammock Road. Just a few months ago, we had a fire in our preserve, which is located right behind Azure, and it threatened our area. I'm concerned about being trapped in this area and having adequate infrastructure and roads that are non-existent right now, but we exist. And for evacuation purposes. If there is an accident or catastrophic event at that intersection of Rattlesnake and Collier, it is going to impede a larger number of people trying to get out of that area. I guess also I understand that the agreement between Costco and Physicians Regional Medical Center concerning the additional flow of traffic from Collier and using their private property and to have access to Costco. I find that just deplorable that a medical center would even consider that. That property is for the safety of their patients and the family members in that area.
We need you to wrap. Yeah, you need to wrap up if you would.
Yeah. So my main concern is that I would be trapped in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Lynette Keller. She'll be followed by Herman Diebler, or Diebler. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Lynette Keller. I live at Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. My family moved to Naples in 1966, so I've seen many changes and weathered many storms. I worked as a state of Florida employee working here at the Collier County Courthouse for almost 40 years for elected officials. I'm totally aware of the commitment it takes, dedication, honor, challenges, and demands of being an elected official. It has its rewards, but it has its downfalls. I thank each and every one of you for your service. Over many years, I witnessed your success in dealing with overwhelming growth and the infrastructure modifications that had to support this rapid growth. I really appreciate what you've done for our community. My concern is all the brick and mortar that is continually being constructed in Collier County. This growth has forced a change in Collier County flood zones and most likely will continue to do so. I realize we can't stop growth, and quite frankly, if I lived up north, I'd be moving here too. I'm requesting you carefully review each brick and mortar proposed project that comes before you in the future, as it will affect so many aspects of this beautiful city I call home. The green space is quickly disappearing, and when we are hit with another storm, and we will be, major storm, more flooding in our homes and businesses will occur. Maybe part of that solution is to encourage developers to put in more green space in these projects. I currently live behind the proposed Costco's. I'm not against Costco's in East Naples. However, putting Costco's on the corner of Rattlesnake Hammock Road and 951 concerns me. Why is it necessary to make an exception to a variance to allow so many tanks on one corner? Won't this hurt the existing businesses? Is this a need or just another want? Adding another business on that corner with such high volumes of traffic and multiple gas tanks adds to the safety concerns for those who live there and for those who recently moved there. The newly constructed buildings include numerous apartment buildings, a lower-income adult apartment building, an assisted living facility, and soon to be added a nursing home and a school, all on Rattlesnake Hammock Road and 951. I realize there will be a commercial project there of some sort, but why does it have to be one of such large volumes of traffic and one that does not benefit all residents as it's a member-only club? Thank you for your time, and thank you for me to be here today.
Your next speaker is Herman Diebler. He'll be followed by William Dunn. Mr. Diebler's been seated 3 additional minutes from Lee Breeden. Lee, are you here? She's here. You will have a total of 6 minutes.
Good morning, or good evening, I should say, at this point. My name is Herman Diebler. I'm from the Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. I've lived in Collier County going on 30 years now. Over the years, I've seen much change in our county, and by and large, I've pretty much learned to respect the decisions made by our Collier County governing boards. However, this Costco situation is a real concern. I have attended a number of Costco meetings whose purpose was to advance Costco's desire to build their warehouse complex in the Hacienda development. Each meeting consisted of checking a progression of boxes which would lead Costco to their eventual success. The box labeled common sense was always missing. And I think you've heard this before. When it was brought up, we always heard, well, it was not our job. Well, whose job is it? I think it's your job. At least I hope it's your job. Hacienda property is owned for commercial use, which is understood. The box is checked, is labeled department store. But let's apply a little common sense to that. Now say a Boeing 787 wanted to land in our airport. Our airport at one point had a box that said, check for airplanes only. Well, a 787 is an airplane. And therefore, we should allow 787 to land at our airport, and we would accommodate it. I doubt very much that you would probably think that, I doubt you would agree with it, because it doesn't make common sense. And the outcry of the residents is such that you wouldn't do it. Now use the same common sense and Costco warehouse. Costco warehouse is a Boeing 787. It's immense. Costco is not a department store. It's a mammoth department store requiring massive infrastructure to operate. Infrastructure which, due to the property's limited size and location, will greatly impact the surrounding community. One of the main things to consider is traffic and congestion. The property's location offers some unique challenges. Collier Boulevard is a major thoroughfare leading north to Route 75. Rattlesnake Hammock is a dead end servicing 3,000 residents at this point. The residents are all in walking distance to Costco, but to shop at Costco, you need a car to carry your stuff. Assuming 1.6 cars per family, that's 4,800 cars, and they have to go both ways, so it's almost 10,000 cars. They'll be using Rattlesnake Hammock Road from one time to another. Costco states that they expect 9,000 cars a day entering and leaving their property. Now add to this the normal season traffic on Collier Boulevard. And now add the constant stream of 18-wheelers needed to stock the Mammoth facility, and 18-wheelers delivering gas all day and night. I don't know where they're going to turn around, but that's something else. Now, the worst part, there is only one entrance and one exit on Rattlesnake Hammock Road to the Costco complex, plus one entrance on Collier Boulevard shared with Physicians Regional Hospital. This is the same entrance the hospital uses for patients and doctors and emergency vehicles. It's a mess. Now, with all of the traffic, the traffic congestion box was checked, no problem. You know, it's no problem because they just listened to your underlings, just listened to what Costco told them and agreed to it. That's why there's no problem. We are told it is justified for another gas station in this area. Now, I don't understand that. I got a little ahead of myself. We're talking about a gas station now. We have two, as you know, on the corner right now, and we'll be adding a third. There are 20 gas stations within a 5-minute radius. Do we need another gas station? I think it's been demonstrated. You don't need another gas station. Costco said you need another gas station. This gas station is significantly less than 500 feet from another gas station. We've heard about that. It's a variance of code, and it's granted. You have the variance. Why? Because they wanted it. There was no reason. There are 28 gas stations. There are 28 pumping stations for gas, pumping the least expensive gas in the area. They're going to be pumping a lot of gas, and there'll be a lot of 18-wheelers coming. Considering this, no problem. We need a gas station. Now, with all of these problems, they really can be eliminated if you consider what we talked about, which was a Costco building, a facility on Collier County, in Collier County, which we definitely need, and it should be put at the Davis and Santa Barbara location.
We're going to need you to wrap up there.
It's wrapped up.
All right, thank you.
Your next speaker is William Dunn. He'll be followed by Kenneth Buffum. Mr. Dunn has been seated additional time from Chris Dunn. Chris, are you here? Okay, well, that was not done correctly. Okay, seated time from Chris Winzak. Okay, and Susan Weidensack. And Ron, well, no, that's going to the other one. So he will have a total of 9 minutes. One more.
There you go. All right. Good morning, or good afternoon now. My name is William Dunn. I'm a full-time resident at Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. I retired as a police commander after 32 years of service with the Chicago Police Department. 22 of those years were in supervisory and upper-level management positions. During that time, I have gained immeasurable knowledge and experience in safety issues and traffic management. There's not enough time now to go over the myriad of problems associated with this project. So I'll try and limit my time to just the market analysis, a little bit of traffic, and some human safety issues. You've already heard many times about the flawed market analysis. So,
sir, could you pull that microphone over towards you a little bit? There you go.
I speak pretty loud. We've already heard about the flawed market analysis many times over. There is just a couple things in that analysis that needs to be restated again to get the point across. Their study states that there's 21 gas stations already within 10 minutes of Collier and Rattlesnake. 21. Costco plans to add another 190,385 gallons of gas a week, which is only available to members of their warehouse. So if you divide that amount of gas that they see as going to be needed in the future, divide it up among the 21 existing gas stations, it shows that there's absolutely, positively no need for another gas station. The market study says also that there will be no negative impact on existing businesses. Absolutely not true. A little touch on environmental stuff. Kind of goes along with the traffic thing. Costco claims, according to their study, they're going to sell 9,900,000 gallons of gas a year. Almost 10 million gallons of gas. So that's 10 million gallons of gas that need to be transported in tankers, delivered to the location, need to be pumped into the ground, and need to be stored under 24 gas pumps. Now, I know before they showed you that nice little pretty picture about, or talked about how they have the state-of-the-art process with the gas and all that stuff. On top, first of all, go back a minute. On top of all that, they have access for 70 cars to be idling all at the same time, waiting for gas for 10 or 15 minutes. And now again, they go back to the all these things they claim they have in place, and but they meet all of the standards and time. Accidents happen. There was a factory just last week in Tennessee that blew up, killed 30 or 40 people, however many it was. Plane crashed on 75 a little while back. Those things weren't supposed to happen. They had things in place, but they probably told people, oh no, don't worry about it, this will never happen. Accidents happen. Catastrophes happen. So they could tell you all these things are great, but something can still go wrong. Now, for the biggest Costco lie, that their gas is cheaper than everybody else. It's not true every day of the week. For the past month, I've been monitoring gas prices between Racetrack, 7-Eleven, and Costco. Each day the prices fluctuate a little bit. Sometimes one is higher than the other. However, in the past month, the average price of gas at Costco has been $2.96, while Racetrack and 7-Eleven have both been $2.98. It's a 2-cent difference. If you factor in the private membership fee you must pay to buy their gas, waiting in line for 10 minutes to fill your car up while you're burning fuel, Costco gas is costing you more money. Several of the other gas stations also have frequent customer discounts that you don't have to pay for. Costco doesn't have that. Costco's flawed market analysis states there will be at least 2,300 more households in the area. They claim that these households will average 1.64 cars per household. In addition to those cars, as it's been stated many times, Costco originally claimed that there would be 4,500 cars a day accessing the facility. That's 4,400 cars in, or 4,500 cars in, 4,500 cars out. Added that to the already existing 13,000 plus cars that are already in Esplanade, Azure, Ecos, and Sapphire, all of which will be jockeying for position on Rattlesnake Hammock. This intersection was not designed with the intention of handling this enormous volume of traffic. Rattlesnake Hammock, east of Collier, is not designed to safely handle this volume of traffic. Can't be said enough. The traffic study that was done for Costco did not include any traffic concern on Rattlesnake Hammock east of Collier. It's invalid. Rattlesnake Hammock east of Collier is a road that allows access to several residential community and should not be used for commercial property access. The major ingress and egress is an extremely short distance away from the intersection. A traffic study that was done by Alex Rourke Engineering clearly shows that the proposed design has serious flaws and is not valid. What I want to do with this little thing here too, I apologize that it's not as fancy, but I don't...
You are going to need to use the microphone if you're speaking, so...
This is Collier Boulevard. Oh, my finger? All right, cool. Learn something new every day. This is Collier Boulevard here. This is Rattlesnake. These are the two going southbound on Collier. There's two turn lanes that turn on to Rattlesnake. There's also a turn lane, a turn right on lane that comes off of Collier when you're going northbound. So there's potentially having 3 lanes of traffic all going at the same time. We all know how people drive in Florida. Stopping it at using turn signals is optional, and stopping at right turns on red is also optional. So they're going to be 3 lanes of traffic potentially, merging into 2 lanes, merging into 1 lane to access where the gas is. Nobody is going to keep going down to go to the other access point that's down here. They're going to see that gas pump, then they're going to be, ooh, I got to get there before everyone else does. I see that there's 10 or 15 cars in line already. I want to get there as quick as I can. 90% of people coming in there, probably more, are going to be going to that access, crossing 3 lanes of traffic to go into 1. Then after they get gas, when they exit, they're going to come out, and then they're going to go eastbound onto Collier, Rattlesnake. Where this proposed light is, well, what we thought was a proposed light that now apparently is a done deal, they're going to have to make a U-turn to go back down Rattlesnake, which again creates a whole nother traffic jam. I see there's only 2 questions I got left to leave you guys with. Would you want this in your neighborhood? And if so, please ask Costco to find you a spot in your neighborhood. We're not against having Costco, we just don't want it in that spot. The other question I have is, after the first tragedy happens, and it will, are you able to look yourself in the mirror knowing that you could have stopped this? Just because something can be done doesn't mean it has to be done.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Your next speaker is Kenneth Buffum. He'll be followed by Chris Dunn. Oh, I'm sorry. He's been seated 3 additional minutes from Michael, is it Rux? He'll have a total of 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Buffum. I live at Hacienda Lakes. So how's the brain fog? Good? Set it in? I know. I've been sitting out there, and it's foggy. So I'm going to talk about a few things that hopefully we haven't touched on. The PUD, their intentions were, and marketed by Taylor Morrison as a mixed-use, general public area. People would go, walk, drive, bike ride for shops, a different bunch of shops. In fact, the group that built the apartments also touted that as a place for their residents to walk to be serviced, to have, amenities there. But Costco's not open to the public. You have to be a member. You have to want to join or can afford to join. Some people can't. They don't offer senior discounts. They don't offer first responder discounts. They don't offer, well, they do offer kind of a backhanded active military discount. It's, kind of, here, we'll give you $20, but you have to pay the freight. But that's a one-time deal. So that's kind of a thing. So, again, if you want to pay the freight, you can shop and buy gas and buy all your $500 cases of paper towels. Starting on Rattlesnake Hammock, county says it's a arterial road. Well, if you look at the whole road, it certainly is. There's access points and egress points all over the place until you get to Collier Boulevard and east. It's a dead-end road. You can't get in, and you can't get out unless you go out to Collier Boulevard. There's supposed to be a road proposed, but that's not until I'm going to be 100 when that's built. And I'm not quite there yet. So congestion. Congestion is part of the things that you need to be looking at. That's part of the plan. And that was kind of left out by the staff. They didn't talk about congestion was, part of the ordinance. Congestion is twofold. How many gas stations do you need on a corner? And how many cars are going to bring to that corner? The cars, the vehicles, as other people have already stated, are way over the capacity for that road and for that small intersection. I'm not going to use all my time. Rhetorical question, can somebody tell us how that light got approved without anybody in the neighborhood even knowing about it? And I thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Your next speaker is Chris Dunn. She'll be followed by Jose Torres. Ms. Dunn's been seated additional time from Sharon Rescaret. Oh. Did I say it that badly? Ron Rochelle. So Chris Dunn will have a total of 9 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting us have a chance to
On the mic, please, ma'am.
Thanks for letting us have a chance to speak to all of you. My name is Chris Dunn, and I live with Bill Dunn in the Esplanade for about 7 years now. Most of us from Azure and Esplanade homeowners, as well as the approximately 3,000 apartment renters that will be coming, moved into this community because of the options that Rattlesnake Hammock east from Collier and Carmen Road north and south allow us to do. I have a few photos here to kind of show you, like, we are pedestrians that use this roadway that isn't happening in a lot of other places. It's just vehicle traffic from your home to the shop, from the shop to home. So along the way, I'm going to show you, and you'll get to see all walks of life, from young to old, no disabilities to a couple disabilities. Using east of Collier on Rattlesnake allows us to use the sidewalks safely. We get to go from one place to another. We get to visit each other in the different complexes. We get to take our dogs for walks. And we also get to use the bike lane that was installed for us. And we're very appreciative of that, because it gets boring going around our complex 4 or 5 times just to get 10 miles in. The sidewalks east on Rattlesnake and Carmen allow the residents and the apartments renters to go to the grocery stores. I had a lady friend that lived in the neighborhood, didn't have a license or a car. So she walked from her house to up Rattlesnake to Collier to cross to do her shopping. Also to use the CAT, the bus system. So we really appreciate, but we want you to see how many people, and this is out of season, actually use this street. Dog walkers, people who need strollers, push their children, people on their bikes carrying their children on the bikes. And as you can see, there's people that actually have shopping bags in their arms because they actually do walk that mile to the local Publix, coming from the apartment complex that doesn't have storage for big box bulk items. And they don't have a second fridge or freezer to put that extra meat that you have to buy from Costco. This is another picture of how busy the street gets and people actually crossing it. I'm really not making this up. In season, it gets even busier. This other photograph actually shows us bike riding and then a couple. That couple waiting to cross the street has to deal with the people who don't stop when they turn on red going north on Collier. And that top picture, each one of those people, the mom and the dad, have a baby in a carrier on the front of that bike. It's a scary situation. I either walk or bike once a day, and you can't believe how many people try and make that turn when that signal says that I have the right of way to go. And then, once I'm about to get to the other side of Collier, the inside right lane that's going south on Collier can't see me because all of the 3 lanes of traffic. And most of the time I have to do a dead stop so that I don't get hit or run over by that vehicle. Too much traffic is what I'm saying is already here, and that's before the big box store comes in with 4,000 plus people coming through a day. We want shopping. We eat out all the time. I shop all the time. We just want it with a controlled environment. The last thing I want to talk about is kind of dear to me. It's about safety. I would really urge you to look into the 911 calls, the dispatches to the emergency building that we have, which is number 25, and see how many runs they do a day. I notice anywhere from 2 to 3 times that I'm seeing the ambulance or the fire truck coming out of their house to service people. If there's anyone they need to service going west on Rattlesnake or south on Collier, they actually have to come a long way around, which takes about 1.5 miles to come up Carmen, then to go west on Rattlesnake, to then finally make the turn left on Collier or to go straight ahead. This isn't something that's mentioned, but if you pull those run sheets, do the FOIA Act, what it might be called here, it would show you how often and where they have to go. On one of my next pictures here, it does show the house when the ambulance or the fire truck will go west on Hacienda Lake Parkway. They can take a right, but that big rig, and I was a law enforcement person that did a lot of traffic where I had to rush ambulances and fire trucks to the hospitals, or I had to do accidents because as they're trying to make these wide turns, cars think they could sneak in and don't realize they need the wide turn, and then we don't have that first responder going to the emergency situation. There's a picture of the Firehouse 25. And as it goes westbound, to Collier, you can see that they have to actually cross a pathway where walkers and bicycles can use that path on Collier, as well as when they get to that intersection, there's no way they can make that left-hand turn. It wasn't designed for them to go that way. It does say emergency vehicles, but if you look at the next picture, there's a big semi-rig blocking that little pickup truck to even turn right. Now imagine this big rig fire truck or ambulance trying to make a left turn. They have to get permission from 3 lanes of traffic going northbound to let them through, and then they have to make that wide turn to go southbound. From my experience, it doesn't happen, and if it does, it's not easy. Those 2 or 3 extra minutes that it takes our EMS to get around the neighborhood to get to that emergency call, it can mean someone's life. It can mean a stroke that can't be fixed or a heart attack. So it's really important that you realize that putting this Costco in makes a lot of traffic problems and doesn't allow those of us who use the outside sidewalks and bike paths on Rattlesnake Hammock Road east of Collier safety. I will have to cross across the driveway 2 times of Costco as well as the apartment complex while trying to get home or circle around that complex area. Not an easy feat. Cars do not always stop for human beings, and if I just happen to drop that water bottle or that kid slides off that parent's bike and they stop because they're preparing, that car that's in a hurry, that truck that has to make a delivery, it's an accident waiting to happen, and it could be a catastrophic one. Thank you for listening to me.
Your next speaker is Jose Torres. He'll be followed by Lynn Bowman.
Mr. Miller, how are we doing on the speakers?
Mr. Chair, I was trying to surprise you. Lynn Bowman is the last speaker we have registered. She has 2 additional speakers, seating time to her for 9 minutes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Jose Torres, and I'm a Costco member. I don't come here with any specifics. I'm not studious. I don't have any graphics or anything like that. I'm just a concerned neighbor. I'm a retired airline pilot. I'm a retired, not retired, but I'm a former military officer. I was a medevac helicopter pilot, twice in combat. And my concern, as that of many others, is safety. But let me start by saying that this group is not a group that moved into a neighborhood that had an airport and then is complaining about the airplane noise. We were there first. And now they want to build something that is not going to benefit all of us, because unless you're a member, you're not going to benefit from it. So I mentioned, I wrote letters to all of you. Some of you were able to answer me. One of you answered me that when I mentioned this other plot of land, that you are not in the business of real estate. Understood? Point taken. Then that same person told me that the petitioner, as long as he is meets the letter of the law, he's entitled. If they're asking for a waiver, which by definition is an exception, they don't meet the letter of the law. I brought the possibility of improbable scenarios, like, for example, somebody having a medical issue, hitting a pump, creating an explosion, before we knew anything about this new traffic light. Somebody hitting a fueling truck, causing a problem, how are first responders going to act? If it's too close to the hospital, how are you going to evacuate that hospital? I flew medevacs in combat. I'm not going to go there with a fire right next to in a single helipad. There's no way. How many ambulances are you going to need to evacuate that hospital? When I mentioned that, the gentleman from Costco said something about I should know more about redundancy, training, and et cetera. I know about redundancy, and I know about emergency equipment, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm going to say is that redundancy and training is used to minimize the consequences of the improbable happening. It does not prevent the improbable from happening. The only way to make it impossible is not letting Costco establish themselves. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, your final speaker on this agenda item is Lynn Bowman. She's been seated 3 additional minutes from Mary Gould. Mary, are you? Oh, see the hand. And Elizabeth, is this McGrew? She'll have a total of 9 minutes.
Well, last but not least. Anyway, my name is Lynn Bowman, and I'm a permanent resident of Naples, Florida. I reside at 8182 Lucello Terrace South in Esplanade of Hacienda Lakes. I am a retired 42-year healthcare professional that worked in a hospital in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metropolitan area. I want to point out that currently and for years, I have an executive membership of Costco. I love Costco. However, I'm here to dispute the location of a new Costco at the corner of Collier Boulevard and Rattlesnake Hammock intersection. This plot of land is not a good fit for a big box warehouse with 24 more pump gas stations. I respect the 4 criteria points that the Planning and Zoning Committee used to grant a 500-foot waiver to include another gas station into our specific corner. It's really a micro snapshot of the Collier Boulevard Rattlesnake intersection and how this would affect only those that are adjacent to or share a common property line, such as the Echoes Apartments to the east. However, I am here to dispute 2 of those 4 criteria. 1, the barrier between gas stations, and number 2, whether granting of the waiver will have adverse impact on adjacent land uses, mainly residential. I realize that this may be a moot point since the planning commissioners passed this waiver at the September 18th meeting, but please bear with me as I state my objection. The Collier County Land Development Code requires 500-foot separation between the new gas stations for a reason: to reduce traffic, environmental risks, and negative community impacts. Collier County requires a 500-foot separation between gas stations, primarily for public safety. We do not need another gas station with 24 pump stations on the corner of Collier Rattlesnake. We already have on 2 diagonal corners a racetrack with 16 pumps and a 7-Eleven also with 16 pumps, which you have heard many times. That's a total of 32 gas pumps just on our busy intersection with 21 more gas stations within a 10-minute drive. Costco may argue that it's members-only gas station, but this is a big box warehouse with 24 more gas pumps that will bring excessive amounts of traffic for its cheaper gas rates. Costco already claims that 4,500 vehicles daily will come to their store alone. What happens when we add to that the people from the 2,700 units of apartments that are already built and starting to lease, the 800 plus residential single-family homes of Esplanade Hacienda Lakes, which I'm a member of, and Azure, the memory care facility, the fire department and the EMTs, and the proposed elementary school with all of the buses and parents picking up their children, not to mention high season traffic. It will be a traffic nightmare. This leads to my dispute of the second criteria, number 2. Whether granting of a waiver will have adverse impact on adjacent land uses, especially residential. I realize that the word adjacent is used, but what we really need to do is address the major elephant in the room, which is the incomplete infrastructure. What do I mean by infrastructure? The roadway system. We have a class 3 arterial divide at 4-lane road, Rattlesnake Hammock, which becomes a dead end at that entrance of the community of Azure. Currently, we do not have a north-south major arterial road that we can have to get out and into our community. This road is going to eventually be known as Benfield Road. This subject, the infrastructure of the roadways, was briefly mentioned in the July and September meeting minutes, first by Jamie Cook, the Director of Development Review of Collier County Government. In the July minutes, she stated, "This is the proposed Costco," pointing to a map. "And I'm so sorry for the people who live in Hacienda," meaning the Esplanade Hacienda Lake and Azure residents. "The road ends where Azure's entrance is. What Transportation's proposal is a proposed road, Benfield, that will extend north from here, but there will be nothing further to the east." Also, Commissioner Shoemaker on September 18th meeting minutes quoted, "I think that it's going to be a detriment to the neighboring properties with the amount of traffic that's coming in without the extra arterial road connection to Rattlesnake Hammock to take the pressure off of that." Basically, east and west entrance into the property. I went a bit farther and spoke with Lorraine Lance, who is a lawyer in Naples and the manager of transportation planning for Collier County concerning the completion date of this Benfield Road. This particular road would be our north-south arterial road that would go through Azure and Esplanade at Hacienda Lakes. She stated that it isn't listed in her long-range plans, which go to the year 2045. That's 20 years from now. Financial funding isn't there. In conclusion, an incomplete roadway infrastructure negatively affects communities by causing safety risks and economic disadvantages such as increased accidents. Longer travel times can hinder emergency vehicles from reaching their destinations quickly, delaying crucial response times. An incomplete road with only one major road in and out, and that's ours, Rattlesnake. It severely impacts residents during an accident or catastrophic event, leading to a crippling gridlock that traps residents like me. It impends emergency services getting in and out and isolates the community. The single point of failure creates a dangerous bottleneck where accidents or natural disasters can have cascading consequences for safety, evacuation, and delivery of vital resources. The lack of alternative routes, such as a north-south arterial road, cuts off our community's lifeline. The north-south or future arterial road, Benfield, that would complete our infrastructure, has no financial funding for the foreseeable future, in fact, through 2045. So the golden question is, what are you going to do about this? The addition of a Costco to our intersection will lead a nightmare with the excessive traffic it will bring. In a majority of sites chosen for a Costco to be built, it has built in a commercial area that has two major completed arterial roads that they can use to enter and exit. Usually it's in a business district along with other businesses such as a Lowe's, Staples, and Best Buy, to name a few. It's in a business district. It isn't built in the middle of a residential area and adjacent to the hospital. At its north Naples location, people can enter Naples Boulevard directly from Airport Pulling or Pine Ridge. May I add that Naples Boulevard is a 4-lane north-south divided roadway. Mr. Wester, who represents Costco, said in his September 18th meeting minutes that there are examples of Costcos that sit adjacent to residential neighborhoods in Coral Springs, Estero, and 2 in Fort Myers. That may be true, but studying the maps around each of those Costco stores, each of the neighborhoods have completed infrastructures, meaning they have a main road that goes north and south and east and west. Again, this doesn't hold true for our community. As long as we are talking about roadway infrastructure, let's mention the easement that Costco acquired from Physicians Regional, which is already documented and entered in the court system. The hospital loop road, which goes around the hospital. Customers will enter Costco at the hospital stoplight, loop around the hospital, and enter Costco at the south end of its property. This definitely was a very clever way of Costco getting in and out of another major arterial road, Collier Boulevard. But will this easement really last? In my opinion, no. Why? In the September 18th minutes, Cunningham said it will be more attractive for people who are coming from the south and quarter in the traffic projected to that. The statement refers that 25% of the people that go from Costco traffic of 4,500 people is estimated at 1,125 vehicles that will daily use that east.
We're going to need you to wrap up there.
Okay, loop road. So what I'm trying to say, and I can't finish it, is that since an easement was established and recorded with Physicians Regional, it also can be broken, because if there's going to be a lot of liability suits.
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna. Your time is up.
Okay. All I'd like to.
Excuse me. Your time is up.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, do we have any other speakers?
No, we do not, sir. And as unpopular as it might be, it's time for a court reporter break.
Yeah, understood. We're going to take a break in just a minute. Mr. Wester, if I'm saying that correctly, you'll have an opportunity to spend a few minutes rebutting the public comment. I would suggest, I guess we should take a court reporter break now. We'll come back, have that, and then we'll have the discussion amongst the commission. So
Come back when?
come back at 5 o'clock. Would that
time?
Is that too long? All right, we'll come back at, we're going to be back at 5 minutes to 5. Midnight. Seats. Pardon me, we're starting the meeting. If you'll quiet down, thank you. Mr. Wester, am I saying that right? Is it Mr. Wester?
Yes, correct. Yes.
You have an opportunity now to rebut public comment.
Okay. Should I wait for the other commissioners to join us, or go ahead?
Well, we can get more done with just 3 of us.
That's true.
Till it comes to that 4 vote.
Yeah, the 4 vote might be an issue.
That 4 vote thing might be an issue.
Yeah. I think we still have 2 other commissioners in the building.
I hope they didn't leave.
It was unclear on the restart time.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of commotion going on when you called it.
Oh,
there we
I
go.
know you can.
Now we go.
I know. 3 was a quorum. There are speakers back there if anybody wants to know. So anything we say up here, we hear it.
Right.
In the
I can hear
hallway,
you.
we hear it in the bathroom.
We got them in our office.
I was
and
saying,
in our
right here.
office bathroom. We're here. We're listening all the time.
All right.
With your pretty tie.
All right, great. Brad Wester, driver McAfee. Wanted to kind of go over a few points here. I'm not going to rebut everything that was said. We might be here for another hour. But what I will do is hit on a couple of key points, and then I'd also like to bring up my my licensed traffic engineer to describe a couple of things specifically, and I've got a small PowerPoint to go along with that. Is there a way, can I get this on the screen, please? Thank you. Okay. To dovetail on what Mr. Bosey was describing about the contemplated uses in the PUD, and we talk about compatibility, we talk about adjacency, we talk about the mixture of uses. This PUD, and on the screen shown here, is the list of permissible uses in the PUD as it sits. Should be noted that this was most recently revised in 2022. And nowhere in there was gas facilities struck from the list of uses, department stores, whatever we want to call any of these listed uses that pertain to Costco specifically. Notices were sent out and the like, but this is the list we're dealing with today. This is one of the reasons that Costco's here. But in those permissible uses, you look at item A, principal uses, in there, the first 3 are residential. So this commercial tract contemplates residential as a bona fide integrated use into commercial, okay? So the crux of the adjacency rule is really inherent to the integrated residential and commercial uses, not only on this property, but in the MPUD in total. We are not shoehorning this facility, and as described in under testimony, we are under 50% of the adopted and approved commercial square footages. We talked about safety and rush to judgment and questioning the gas pumps and explosions. A lot of that is speculative. I stand by my substantial competent evidence as presented regarding Costco's gas operations and their compliance and their environmental standards. Again, if gas was determined to be an unacceptable use, it would have been contemplated for reducing that type of use or limiting the amount of gas pumps at any one specific use. There was a discussion about hospital access, the TIS, and then, of course, rush to judgment. We've been at this with these 2 matters for almost a year. If you include the pre-applications and early meetings and initial vetting with county staff, it's over a year. So to claim that this is a rush to judgment is erroneous. As you guys know, we did the NIM. We also were asked to be a part of the Planning Commission meetings as opposed to the HECS. We had 2 of those, and then we're here at the Board of County Commissioners meetings. It's my understanding that the Board of County Commissioners does not see a lot of PDIs. They don't see a lot of ASWs. So this has not been rushed. This has been thoroughly vetted. And as you see through the Planning Department's recommendation or approval in their reports, and all of our substantial competent expert testimony, that this has not been rushed to judgment. There's been an attack on procedural steps. I've been called a liar. I've been called sidestepping the rules and applying misinformation. My entire world is based on facts, expert testimony that's substantial and competent, okay? I have adhered to all the rules as far as all the notifications. In fact, there was a discussion from the county about the last notifications that went out for this here meeting, and I explicitly said we need to send those out because this was already advertised, it was publicly noticed, it was described in a planning commission meeting, and so that went above and beyond. The signage, I was out there personally to watch the install and comply. We sent pictures, I sent a signed and notarized affidavit to staff, and they accepted it based on the signage. So to claim it should be anywhere else, it is actually adhering to the code, is erroneous. Rattlesnake Hammock, as we've described, is built to accommodate the adopted square footage of the commercial and the overall dwelling unit count, and that includes the Costco use, okay? Land Development Code, we already addressed the criteria. There was one other person that described a lot of the criteria in the Land Development Code. That is what we're bound to. We're not bound to opinion or conjecture or clamoring. We're bound to specific criteria on whether the waiver has merits. And there was also folks trying to poke holes in the market study. There was a market study provided by an outside third party, and we stand by that competent evidence as submitted. The critical care concern for the hospital and the hours of operation. We talked about the number of gas, warehouse, convenience. To claim that this is an oversized convenience store is just factually, it's erroneous. And so to like this to the conventional convenience store with the gas across the street at 7-Eleven is inaccurate. There's an entire page of rebuttal that I will not get into because it was mostly just personal attacks. Trucks, delivery trucks, refueling trucks will not use the loop road in the hospital. They will specifically use Rattlesnake Hammock and utilize the infrastructure that is built for them. Those vendors know how to supply Costco, both from deliveries at the warehouse and fueling on the basis that's needed to keep the tanks full. Costco is it's a 40-acre site, generally speaking, for this activity center for all the commercial. Costco is only using 25 of that. And this site specifically is about 21 acres. So there's leftover property for an out parcel development for more commercial use, and then there's about 10 acres to the east of here that is also already zoned and entitled for commercial and office and professional uses. So to claim that this is the only thing going up that's retail is inaccurate. I showed you the spreadsheet from the county staff itself, describing the amount of uses that are currently built, the ones that are allocated, and then the remaining development rights. And it's been stated we're under 50% of the current allocation for retail commercial uses. And then there are a number of tens of thousands of commercial and office and professional uses allowed. And there is more residential that is apparently going to be coming online because that is the number of allocated uses that's still out there. Wanted to talk about stormwater. Just like the 19 waivers that already exist in the Hacienda Lakes PUD, we're asking for 6 additional that are deemed insubstantial. They don't ask for any deviations or waivers for increases in floor area ratio, square footages, anything of that like, which would trigger a different set of review for any kind of major modifications or a full-blown rezoning to the PUD. This is not a rezoning, it's an insubstantial change based on certain specific standards. The Costco does have a number of uses inside. So it is not just one type of use, it is multiple uses with different business lines inside the store itself. There was a chemical engineer gentleman that came up and did a presentation all about drainage and flooding and stormwater and the like. We are not asking for any waivers or deviations to anything related to FAR or ISR, which is impervious surface ratios, or lot coverage that would trip anything that's required to have a waiver or deviation for stormwater. The stormwater is already master planned in Hacienda Lakes in the PUD. This request, and we are in the permitting process right now, and this request complies with all local district, and that's the water management district, and state regulations for stormwater. To claim it's exploiting is erroneous. The MPUD is master planned and permitted for stormwater, as I mentioned. the ERP, which is environmental resource permitting, has been modified 6 times. 6 times, all by the residential communities to date. It was originally permitted in January 30th of 2012. Those 6 modifications were done by all of the residential communities. We are also modifying that because it is a requirement as part of your incremental development plan per phasing to modify. It's not a brand new permit, it's a modification of the existing permit to account for the capacities and the treatment volumes in stormwater, and we're doing just that. And we just received our comments from the district, and none of those comments relate to anything that is that would be erroneous or on the basis that we are tripping any kind of thresholds to cause flooding. There's discussion about a variance for additional tanks. That's actually erroneous. There's no variance for additional tanks. There's no limitation on the number of fueling positions in the PUD. The waiver is for a lot-to-lot distance criteria, from roughly a 1 to 2 acre site at 7-Eleven to a 25-acre site at the Costco subject property. There was discussion of excessive traffic. The traffic is not excessive. The traffic is underneath.
If you please quiet down, we'll get through this.
Thank you. The traffic is underneath the threshold as testified, and I'm going to have my traffic engineer come up and describe that more. Talked about Costco lies, talked about gas prices. Gas prices are not part of the criteria for review. So anybody can create any kind of spin on gas prices that they want based on membership fees and aggregation of other things and sitting in queuing lanes. There was description of 90% of the traffic will come onto the site and utilize the westernmost entrance to the gas pod. That's inaccurate. There was a description that we're, quote, in your neighborhood. Would you want this in your neighborhood? This is a master planned mixed use PUD. We are not in the backyards of the residences. Mr. Torres, thank you for your service. But he also claimed that the residents were there first. I refute that point because commercial was always planned for this site in an activity center that was adopted as part of the growth management plan in 1989. Okay? Then in 2011, the MPUD came for Hacienda Lakes. It's a fact. Rooftops come first, then commercial when things are actually getting built in the real world environment. You don't put commercial there first. The commercial comes to support the residential neighborhoods and communities. That's a fact. It's irrefutable. There's barriers between gas stations. Yes, there is. That's actually one of the criteria in the code for waiver justification. It's a 4-lane divided arterial with landscaping in the median and in the right-of-way, in addition to the landscaping that we're putting on our property as well. The DRI and the MPUD has very specific adopted thresholds for intensities and densities. And talk about incomplete infrastructure is erroneous. That infrastructure was built specifically based on phased approach for allocated development rights and uses, and that has met that criteria. What I'd like to do is read something into the record. This has already been sent to the county regarding the hospital. There's been a lot of conjecture, a lot of folks speaking for the hospital itself and talking about access and speculative things about injuring and killing people because the Costco is going to go here. I understand there may be opinions on the impact of the Costco development next to the Physicians Regional, and we certainly hold the safety and convenience of our patients to the highest regard. But not everyone may be aware of the previous easement agreement and the attention and care we put into modifying that easement to protect the hospital's interests while also allowing for the development that would benefit the overall area. Speaking on behalf of CHS, which is the owner of the hospital, they own 70 hospitals in 14 states, including this one, Physicians Regional. Speaking on behalf of CHS and after speaking with hospital leadership, we believe the easement is acceptable and certainly relative to what was there before and other potential developments on that site. And we are not opposed to the planned Costco development. Please let us know if you receive any concerns or questions regarding the impact of the easement. This is from the Vice President of Real Estate at Community Health Systems, and this is also entered into the record. That access, that joint use access agreement was already existing. It was modified to accommodate this specific use and to the benefit of both parties, Hacienda Lakes LLC and its assigns and successors and the hospital itself. And that is recorded in the public records. What I'd like to do is call Mr. Ryan Cunningham. Please state your designation. He's a professional engineer and a registered safety professional. And I'd like to go through his presentation. If you give me a second, I want to cue that up.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Cunningham. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida and also a certified road safety professional. I work with Kittleson and Associates, 225 East Robinson Street, Orlando, Florida, 32801. And I'm the traffic consultant for Costco on this project. So wanted to mention a couple of the things that were brought by Mr. Richardson, first on the gas market study. He quoted a figure, the first highlight here, according to Costco TAS, a station with 24 fueling stations can accommodate a minimum of 400 cars per hour. That's based on Costco's unique service capacity and the way that they design their service stations. And so we've seen that in Costco's fuel stations around the country, and it was mentioned in the TAS to give an indication of, you know, what service capacity would look like, what queuing might look like on this site. It's not a minimum. It should be considered a maximum service capacity for Costco. The next point was that Racetrack and 7-Eleven combined can accommodate 533 cars per hour, assuming the same service capacity as Costco. And that just simply wouldn't happen. Racetrack and 7-Eleven are not designed the same way to achieve that level of service as Costco does. Three things that I'll mention on that. One is the one-way operation that Costco instills in its gas stations. You don't have that at Racetrack or 7-Eleven. Pump spacing, which allows 3 deep or 4 deep fueling for vehicles without having to wait for other vehicles to leave. And then no parking at the pump while you shop in the store. So this happens regularly at gas stations with convenience stores. It does not happen at Costco. So the next statement was that 16 hours per day times 533 cars, you know, equals some large number that could accommodate the future demand. Costco doesn't operate at full capacity all day long, you know, during its operating hours, and neither do Racetrack or 7-Eleven. You can't expect the demand to just be consistent every hour of the day so that that service capacity hits that demand. We know that demand ebbs and flows, and so that's not a logical way to look at the total capacity of a gas station. So the logic here is flawed, and as a result, the conclusions after that you know, the market study is flawed and the existing supply could fulfill the future demand is incorrect. There was some mention of the 1409 threshold, and Brad mentioned this earlier, but you know, that was related to commitment 1 improvements, which basically was extending Rattlesnake Hammock Road from Collier Boulevard to the power line easement. And then after that got extended further down to where Azure is today, the full rights of the PUD are now in place. So the 1409 PM peak hour trip threshold was like a phase 1 threshold. It's no longer relevant to what the PUD can actually develop. And I just want to mention on this slide where the addition of Costco plus retail plus the existing or committed residences exceeds 1409, you wouldn't actually include the retail in this because we're not proposing to build it in this phase. And in the traffic study that we're doing for the county as part of the site development plan, specifically for concurrency, they want to see just Costco only numbers. For intersection operations, for access operations, they want the retail portion included so that if and when that comes along later, the access that's been built for the site can accommodate that maximum development scenario. One other thing I'll mention is related to the hospital access. Brad spent some time on this already, but there was some indication that you know, this would back up and cause issues for emergency access specifically. We have a 0.42 mile route, this ring road that goes from the signal at Collier Boulevard up to the south side of the Costco property. There's nothing at this entrance that's actually causing vehicles to back up from the Costco property into this ring road. So at 0.42 miles long, we don't anticipate traffic stacking up for almost half a mile along that ring road through the hospital property and back to the traffic signal at Collier Boulevard. There's nothing that would make that happen. Once you get on the hospital property, you can see that the ER route or the route to the ER is completely separated from the Costco route. what you have with the red lines are how you would get in from the north side or how you would get from the south side. And these are actually pavement markings, on the lanes on Costco property. And those are two separate lanes. So that red one down here at the bottom and the blue one down here at the bottom are two separate lanes. So traffic turning right at this intersection and going to Costco is going to immediately be out of the way of anybody that would be going to the ER at this location. Couple other things I just wanted to hit on in rebuttal were related to some of the comments brought up. So number one, the TIS, the traffic impact study that we're conducting, is part of the SDP application. It's not part of what you're hearing today, but obviously it's informative to bring that traffic information to this hearing. As Brad mentioned, we are under the PUD cap. So the PUD cap is 3,328 PM peak hour trips for the PUD. When you include traffic from Costco on top of the existing or committed land uses within the PUD, it's 1,992. So we're less than 60% of the cap for the PUD today. Another statement was made that the segment of Rattlesnake Hammock Road east of Collier's not built for this traffic. Well, the PUD study that was done put a 4-lane divided arterial in there to handle this amount of traffic. So again, being under 60% of that cap, we are well under the capacity of the segment. When we have Costco in place, and I think Brad mentioned this in his slides earlier, at the build-out condition, Rattlesnake Hammock Road will be at 37% of its capacity with Costco in place. So plenty of capacity on this segment of Rattlesnake Hammock Road, a 4-lane divided arterial, class 3. One other statement, or a few statements related to just safety at the intersection. That's one of the reasons we wanted a traffic signal here, to make it a safe and efficient operation for vehicles coming through this area, going in and out of this property as well. And the approval that we received from the county on this stated, the traffic signal deviation provides a greater public benefit and maintains or improves safety and operational performance for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. And when we design and build this traffic signal, we will include all the features for pedestrians and bicyclists that are necessary to safely accommodate them at the intersection, including sidewalks, bike lanes, crosswalks, pedestrian signals. We'll also include Opticom, which will allow for emergency services to be detected on the way through and give them the green light as they're needed to come through the intersection. So with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
All right. Mr. Wester, anything else?
Yep. Brad Wester, Driver Mac. In the interest of time, I'll turn it back to you for any questions and answers. I do have other representatives here if you have any questions that I can't answer directly.
All right, we'll officially close the public hearing. Mr. Commissioner LaCastro, you're lit up first.
Yep. Sir, I should have come back to the podium. I'm going to ask you my first series of questions, and maybe my colleagues also have some. I'm glad you said something about rush to judgment, because I will tell you it was on my motion that we're sitting here, so my colleagues probably want to strangle me because, when you said we probably don't hear a lot of these, we don't hear any of these. So this would all go to the hex, and I think just the general public in general maybe is confused as to what we're approving here today and what we're not approving, but we're going to get into that in a minute. But I'm going to ask you a couple quick questions. But it was on my motion that had this go through such a thorough process, and it was the thousands of emails I answered to all these citizens, whether they liked my answers or not. And sometimes I underline stuff for to make a point when it's not being understood or agreed with. But having said that, it was said that all the people that are supportive of Costco, where are they? So I want to know from you, how many gas stations did you hear from that opposed Costco and said that you're going to take all their business? And I noticed none of them were here, but how many letters did you get from 7-Eleven, Racetrack, Wawa, Shell, any of the gas stations that are within a couple of mile radius or even a 1 mile radius?
0.
Okay. The 3 egress and ingress points, are you, there was some confusion where a citizen or two said, oh, we don't know if they're going to abide by that. Or can you just give a little bit more detail and I don't know what picture might show it the best, but I don't want anybody to leave here thinking that you agreed to 3, but then it's going to be 2 and you're going to make some changes and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. I will put a diagram up, and I'll start with the approved PUD, which shows and contemplates up to 5 different access points, including interconnectivity between the adjacent commercial. So the original DRI and PUD contemplated numerous interconnectivity and access points to all the various roadways. Our access points are going to be 3. There was some that erroneously described that there was 1 access point onto Rattlesnake Hammock, but that's actually not true. There's going to be 3. There's 2 on Rattlesnake Hammock and 1 to the hospital property. And as described and shown in the record, the hospital agrees with that, and they actually are part of that vetting process for that access easement. That access easement is actually an easement that it can be utilized from Rattlesnake Hammock all the way through the Loop Road. And keep in mind that Loop Road is not going to be built just for Costco. It's already existing. It's already serving other elements in that hospital community, other buildings, other uses. And so we've got 2, as shown on this diagram. This is a colored rendered version of our PUD plan or our site development plan, which is being reviewed right now. So we don't anticipate adding any other access points for the Costco use, the gas use. You see it. We've got as shown on here, we have 1 traffic light location, which is the furthest to the east, and then we've got the 1 right in, right out, which is the furthest to the west, and then the 1 access point, which is per the modified access agreement with the hospital. So 3 total at this point.
Okay. Why do you think the hospital is so supportive? Because you're going to feed their emergency room, and you're going to send more business to the hospital. And I say that a little bit sarcastically because I'm going to tell you what I know the answer to be, because I was the COO of that hospital. But you tell me why you think the hospital is so supportive of Costco.
Well, I believe Costco runs a first-rate use in terms of their operations and their function, the cleanliness of the facility. They aren't 24/7, and by way of having access through the property, it actually gives the hospital access to the hospital itself. So it's you can see it, and it's basically another route to the hospital itself. But the Costco has always been a good neighbor in communities that they reside, and that's a fact. From the cleanliness of the interior of the store to the way they keep the outside and the cart corrals. It's a first-rate organization. They have a very high standard. And I'll close with, these aren't requests about use of permissibility by right. The gas facility and the warehouse store are allowed by right. It's an orientation thing. And we talked about the FP&L easement, and also the other elements of this property. Costco knows how to design and lay out from the type of circulation and safety that's best suited for their members and the community. And so I would like to hear more about the thoughts on the hospital itself, but clearly interconnectivity and access from various other routes benefits the hospital, in my opinion. And also their employees can utilize Costco as needed before or after their shifts.
Okay. That's the answer that you think. I'm going to tell you what the hospital's real answer is after I ask this other question.
Yes, sir.
So if we approve this right now, do bulldozers show up tomorrow and you start building immediately? Or is there something called a site development plan that you're currently working on? Because we're not approving yes or no, you start construction tomorrow, correct? So
that's correct.
Why don't you educate the masses and walk us through? And I'm going to have county staff come up here as well, because it was sort of glossed over where everybody thinks we're approving your construction equipment to come tomorrow. So give us an overview. We already know the answer, but for the record, if it was approved now, the steps you still have to go through before the lawsuit, if it was approved, especially with a site development plan. What's entailed with that?
Well, we are running a parallel course with our site development permitting right now. And so that includes the water management district, the stormwater ERP permitting. Wetlands are already permitted and mitigated. But we still have comments with the county, and so I would say that it's at least 45 to 60 days to wrap up all of those comments with the county to kind of finalize the SDP, and then of course get the water management district approval for the latest revision or modification to that stormwater ERP. I would believe it would be for a lot of the uses. The first thing that has to be approved is the erosion control plan and the sediment, the NPDS controls, silt fencing and the like, and then clearing. So there's different stages for development. But I would say at the earliest it could be later this year or the first of Q1 of 2026.
That's if you met all those requirements.
That's correct.
We're not here to decide stormwater and erosion.
This is not a
and all
permit to
those things.
construct.
And I only bring that up because I know how hard Jamie Cook, and I'm going to bring her up here at some point, I know how hard her and her team has worked. So I will say the scientists that came up here and talked about, water and all that, great presentation. Like somebody said, maybe one of the smartest guys in the room. But the reality is we haven't ignored any of that. You haven't even had a chance to address any of that. And my guess would be that when you hear from the Southwest Florida Water Management District, which you already have heard from them, and you know what the requirements are, you wouldn't be standing here if you didn't think you could meet the water runoff requirements. Is that a fair statement?
That's an accurate statement.
Okay.
One of the reasons Costco chose this site is because it's master planned. It not only has its development rights and entitlements, but it's already master planned for stormwater. We're doing an incremental adjustment or modification, just like the 6 other times that all the residential communities did for their phases. And we're going through that process right now. So we
lastly,
still
I'll
need
just say
shovel-ready permits.
the reason why you got that letter from CHS is because the hospital and the company that owns them and owns 70 other hospitals knows that if Costco walks away tomorrow, that a super Target could go in that same footprint, except it would be twice the size, and it wouldn't be members only. It would be open to every single person, and that may sound great, but then I have a feeling of the traffic numbers and the congestion and the cars and everything. So just having known how that hospital sort of thinks, I think they know when people say that's the worst thing that can go on the footprint, I think all of us could think of 10 worse things. We have a list of 90 things, and there's some things on there, but that would be, my educated guess is that something much larger could go there, and it wouldn't there wouldn't be any public comment, because with no gas stations, they would apply for permits and they would start construction immediately, in most cases. So
that's correct.
Okay, I don't have any more questions for you. I'll call up county staff for a few things when the time is appropriate.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And maybe one of my questions minimally has to do with staff, so I'll get to that in a second. Brad, in the event that the project is approved, talk to me about the second street light, because it was represented to me outside that that second street light wasn't part of your original presentation. Did that come up from somewhere?
The street light on Rattlesnake Hammock, yes, the traffic control signal was approved last week by county staff.
Okay.
And it has always been contemplated. It really helps the circulation and safety and for the area roadways. And so that was approved last week by county staff, and it's an administrative approval. And but that's always been contemplated.
Forgive me, I didn't mean
Yes,
to
sir.
talk over him. Terry gets mad at me when I speak too quickly. Is there a median cut there on Rattlesnake Hammock to allow for ingress and egress from the property to the north as well?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so it is basically signalizing that intersection for better control of
That's correct.
ingress and egress.
Yes.
Okay. In regard to the infamous gas station, is there an alternative power source for that facility?
Yes, we have. I'm glad you brought that up. We have generators for the store and the gas facility.
Okay,
so if there's a power outage, they still function, and this provides the opportunity for, if there's a named storm or hurricane evacuation or the needs to supply, this can serve all the communities and neighborhoods, including gas.
I was asking, that's one of the things I wanted, because I know that we had adjusted our code shortly after I became the commissioner to require an additional power outlet for power sources to come, but I was wondering if Costco actually had their own alternative power sources.
Yes, sir. And that alternative power source always acts as for emergency use as well. So
I was just going to say, in the event of an emergency,
Right.
is it exclusive then
Yes.
to members only for access to that fuel? Say there was a hurricane and we lost power, has
Typically,
Costco
yes.
ever opened up to the GP?
I don't know that answer, but typically this would be open for members
Gotcha.
to benefit the members. But the fact that there is redundancy protocol in place for power outages is key for this from a business continuity and service to the members.
Okay. And then my other point I wanted to make or discuss, just looking at this site plan, I heard earlier in the conversations about an elephant in the room. There's 4 some odd acres up here on the corner of 951 and Rattlesnake Hammock. And it looks to me on this site plan that there are contemplated access points for interconnectivity to that site through yours. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that would then, because I would then presume, because of the size shape, that if I recall, the PUD allows plus minus 350,000 square feet.
That's correct, roughly, yes, sir.
Of commercial.
Yes.
Over and above the other office and uses that are contemplated in the rear. And so access off of 951, I call it 951, it's Collier Boulevard to those of you who are new. But those additional access points will be coming into that front piece that isn't part of your development at this particular stage.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Wester, I did have 1 or 2 questions, and Commissioner LaCastro, did you have something?
I was going to call somebody else, so if anybody's got anything for
All right.
Mr.
I have a couple
Wester,
questions for Mr. Wester. During the public comment, there was some discussion concerning the trail system, bike paths area, and someone said that the area where you're parking vehicles, the overflow or the larger parking area, I believe that was part of the FPL easement. Does that interfere with the bike trails? I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer that, but has that issue been brought up?
We've not, the bike trails in the FPL easement has not been brought up, but there is already an access through that will remain as part of that. FPL requires access that is completely separate from any Costco use on that, and that's reflected in this diagram. I would imagine that if there's any trail system, any multi-use trail, there's adequate room over there to accommodate that. There's a 170 foot wide easement in that area, and we do not use all of it for our parking.
Well, you're going to be in the site planning process, so I'd just like to make sure that there's not an interference if there is a trail there.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. In terms of the number of pumps, is there any flexibility in the number of pumps? I know you're at 24. Is that a kind of a magic number, or is that your maximum, or is there some potential for there to be fewer pumps? I think someone said that at the other location off of Airport Road, and that there are 12 pumps there. I'm not sure if I got that number right, but that this is substantially larger.
It is larger, and we plan for expansion in the future. So the accommodating factor in this is the gas pod itself is already planned to accommodate expansion on the fuel facility based on future demand. We would have to come back in for another site development plan permit. So any approval of these requests here or the current site development plan for this, what you're seeing, does not include any of the gas expansion. That has to be reviewed later on by the county. But we do have an expansion plan in place based on this. We have 24 fueling positions, and it could go up to 40. And that is for long-range planning. That is not the current plan right now. But for long range, we would not impede all of our traffic circulation, our traffic flow, ingress, egress, safety measures, all account for that expansion to that max scenario. And there's no limitation in the PUD for the number of pumps.
I understand there's no limitation in the PUD in the number of stations. We do have the ordinance that requires a separation, and obviously there's a variance application for that, or deviation from that. I'm wondering as a condition, and this I guess would be a question for the county attorney, as a condition of approval of that separation, would we be in a position to provide the maximum number of pumps that can go in there?
Yes.
So again, I'll just raise the question. I had no idea you were talking about going up to 40 pumps. My thought was that maybe 24 wasn't necessarily a magic number, that you had to have that many. I'm wondering if I would want to support a situation where you could get up to 40 pumps. So my instinct at this point, just having heard that, is that I would put, to get my vote on the separation issue, there'd have to be a maximum number going forward. That I think 40 there would be would be too many.
Yeah, the market demand supports the numbers that we're asking for, and that 40 in the long range, so we don't have to ask for.
How many are in the other facility? The one.
I believe it's 12.
Can I ask a clarify?
12 pumps. 12.
There's 12.
12 fueling positions. Yes, sir.
At the other Costco, and you're looking to have as many as 40 at this one. So, Commissioner
Right.
Colwell had a.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I'm kind of confused here. Now, when you say pumps, one pump will service two vehicles. So if you have 12 pumps, that's 24.
Correct.
Pumping
fueling
stations.
positions. Yes.
Positions. So right now you're at 12 pumps.
Yes, sir.
But 24 cars can eventually fuel on either side.
Yes, sir.
So you're not having. So when you say 40, are you saying 20 pumps?
That's correct.
So going from 12 to 20.
That's
pumps.
all it is 8 more pumps.
8 more pumps.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to see if.
And
that
it's all the
makes
traffic
sense.
circulation, the traffic impacts, the thresholds are all met based on the expansion of that.
Okay, let me deal with the number of cars then. At the other facility right now, you can service 24 cars with your 12 pumps. If this is approved today, you would have 24 pumps, so you would service 48 cars.
No, he's still 12 pumps.
No.
Okay. So
I think
what I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, I think you're commingling the number of fueling positions versus the actual number of pumps.
Okay. Well, let's deal with the number of pumps. That'll clarify, and that's very helpful, because if we're talking about 20 pumps versus 40 pumps, that's a big difference. So right now you have 12 pumps, 24 cars.
Yes, sir.
At the new facility, you're looking at, again, 12 pumps, 24 cars.
Yes.
That's your opening.
And yes, sir. And the difference is the expansion opportunity based on demand, up to 40 fueling positions. So
And
that's
you go
20
to 20
pumps.
pumps and 40
Yes, sir.
cars.
Yes, sir. My traffic engineer, Ryan Cunningham, would like to add something.
So the existing site has 8 pumps, 16 vehicles, right? So we're proposing 12, 24. I just wanted to note that the Costco gas program has grown significantly in the past couple of decades. When Costco first started introducing gas on their sites, they were building these smaller stations. So if you go to some really old sites that haven't been updated or expanded, you'll see 8 pumps, you'll see 6 pumps, and usually those sites are experiencing massive queuing and congestion issues because they can't service the demand that they have on site. Being a member-based organization, they have like a capture area, and when people come and do a warehouse shop, they also want to get gas. And so what you're seeing is it's oversaturated at these older sites. Costco has been going around the country and doing gas expansion projects on existing sites. So 24 is really the minimum that they're building these days. Oftentimes they're building 32, and there are some sites, Davie, Florida is one of them, where they are expanding to 40 to meet the demand that's there. And it really eliminates the queuing issue by just serving the demand much faster. It's like if the restaurant opened a bunch more tables and servers, all of a sudden you wouldn't have to wait to get your food anymore.
Well, I get gas at Costco, but I go during hours where there's generally not that many cars in the queue. But I don't know, the 20 pumps just sounded like a lot. It was definitely a lot when I thought it was 40 pumps.
It's not 40 pumps, sir. No.
Can I enter, unless you're finished?
So, well,
I'm sorry, go ahead,
then just for, I'm not sure that I would ask this, but just in case that I do move in that direction, Mr. Klatskow, would we be in a position to require, if they're going to be doing 12 pumps initially, would we be in a position to have it come back before us if there's going to be an increase in the number of pumps?
Yes.
Yeah, it would have to.
Well, that's a good. Would it have to? Or can we make that as a condition?
You can make that a condition. If you want to hear it, you should make it a condition.
If we don't make it as a condition, then would they have to come back to us?
Yes, sir.
So either way, they have to come back.
Yes, sir. But rather than going through the hex, it'd go through you.
Commissioner Clapp?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I just want to make something clear, and we always say, Commissioner Saunders always reminds us that words matter. Demand wouldn't decide if you get to increase pumps. We would. Okay, so it might be part of your master plan that at all of our Costco's we add more pumps. I'm glad to hear that you'd have to come. You'd either have to go to the HECS, and if we heard you wanted to increase the amount of pumps, and we all thought it was not the best idea to have a one person attorney hear the growth. But make no mistake that never say in this room that depending on demand would depend on us increasing the pumps. That's why we're here. So first thing I would want to see is that if this gets approved, the amount of pumps that you're planning for initially, we're going to be watching that traffic. We're going to be watching that safety. We're going to see if the stoplight works and all those things like that. And we make plenty of adjustments to projects that are built that in the end, maybe something was a little bit off, or there can be an improvement with an extra turning lane or something like that. But it won't be the driving force. If you could sell more gas, it'll be important to us if your footprint can support. So I'm glad to hear that regardless of if we did approve this now, you're limited to the amount of pumps that we're approving right now. Anything above and beyond, it would be the same thing if you wanted to put a second story on top of Costco. That's a whole nother meeting, either with the HECS or if we decide to pull it forward here. So I just want to make it clear the market, and then comparing it to other places. Maybe Davies has 1,000 pumps. I don't know what that footprint looks like. Maybe they have 10,000 acres and there's no gas stations for 50 miles. Only focus on Collier County and this footprint here, because that's what we're doing. So it's not the precedent of other Costco's, and what your master plan drives doesn't drive our decision here. So.
That's what I think what I'd like to suggest is that when we get to the point of making a motion, if there is a motion to approve the separation issue, I'm going to want to add to that to increase the number of pumps from 12 to 20 would require coming back to the county commission for approval in some mechanism.
I would say anything above 12 would have to come back to us. But according to the attorney, if we didn't add that in, it would. Well, what your clarification is, Jeff, it wouldn't have to come back to us. It would go to the HECS unless we decided different, like we did this time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
So Brad Wester, if I can ask for a point of clarification, knowing that the fuel pumps are allowed by right, regardless of the type or quantity, this is specifically because we're within the 500-foot ring. Is that right? And we would ask for an ASW for an expansion opportunity. Is that right in the future? A follow-up ASW, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
The mechanism?
Yes.
Okay. For an expansion.
The
expansion from 12 to
any
20.
number above that,
Yes,
you'd
sir.
have to come back.
Or any number above that.
Yeah, and then you'd have to prove, we would want to see the traffic study from your current pumps. We would want to see the flow and all that to see that any number you wanted to go above what was initially approved was doable.
We accept that.
So.
We're confident in providing that to you guys.
You were leaning a little too far forward. I just wanted to pull you back that you guys don't, it's not the market that drives the size, it's the county.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caldwell.
This question I actually have, I hope somebody in our staff or somebody, maybe the county attorney. This ordinance, I was told, this came way before my time here, and I think probably half of us here. It was put in place by a board of county commissioners. And the rumor I heard, because I never really got a clarity on it, was that they were concerned because when the county was expanding and you had we were going to add 2 more exits to I-75, like the 105, that they wanted to protect these exits so they didn't have gas station on top of gas station on top of gas station, just sitting right on top of each other. And clutter, these exits looking like you're getting off a big truck stop somewhere. And that, there's no state statute that controls this. This was a local thing that that a board before us did it for whatever reason they did it, but that was a rumor I heard why they had it in mind.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. In 1998, the Board of County Commissioners adopted the ASW requirement, the 500-foot requirement, and it was specifically for the condition on Pine Ridge roads near the I-75 interchange. A number of gas stations were being developed there, and they were concerned about the impact and flow, the ingress and egress onto Pine Ridge Road and be able to maintain that volume of traffic and safety concerns. That's why this 500-foot separation was put in place. That's why the first criteria that says if there is a divider, if there is some sort of separation between the two gas stations, it's a check in favor of the proposal. In this case, they've got a divided highway. The access from 7-Eleven and the access into Costco is divided physically. There's no way for that traffic to interact with each other. So because of that, it's one of the criteria that's been established. But it was 1998 was the reason, was when they adopted this 500-foot separation.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm going to make a motion to approve this separation of 500 feet, the waiver, with the adder of any addition of 12 pumps has to come back to the BCC.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That passed unanimously.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve the insubstantial change to the PUD.
Just before we do that, I just wanted to call a couple of county staff up so we can get a few things on the record, because down the road it might be important to have all this stuff documented. I don't think it'll take too much time, Chairman, if I can have your indulgence. I'd like Ms. Cook to come forward. You know, she was accused of a few things and also quoted and misquoted. And I just wanted her to briefly talk about when they move forward, if we approve today with the site development plan, separate rumor from fact on water retention, and that, you know, we don't ignore it. We know that there's millions of gallons that have to go in a certain direction. But Ms. Cook, can you just give us just a little bit of an education so we can get it on the record as to what would have to go forward if we approve this? And then also, somebody quoted you, and I can see you in the back sort of shaking your head. And so I want to give you a chance to go on the record and get your quotes correct.
Yeah, it's Jamie Cook, Director of Development Review at Growth Management. So to address that, during the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission got into discussions on the transportation impact statement, the operational analysis, asking questions about the stoplight as well as turning movements and things like that. And what I apologized for was not knowing which development was Esplanade and which one was Azure when I was speaking to the Planning Commission. So I think that was the miscommunication there. As far as the site development plan, if you were to approve both of these items today, they will move forward with their site development plan. It is currently on the second review. There are still some outstanding comments, so there will be at least one more review. Stormwater and, again, the operational portion of the transportation, turning lanes, stoplights, stop signs, et cetera, are all reviewed during the site development plan. They are not reviewed at the zoning level. Both this area of the county is a highly regulated water system, and they are subject to a very stringent discharge rate. They will have to meet that discharge rate both with the county reviewers as well as the South Florida Water Management District with their ERP.
So stormwater's not being ignored by this developer?
Not at all.
Okay, but it hasn't been addressed fully yet because it's the next steps, correct? Okay, and then just for the record, I wanted to call up Tony. He's our division director of traffic operations. So a lot of people made a lot of comments about traffic studies and this or that with a lot of guesswork. This is a person that's not employed by Costco. He's probably one of the smartest and most eloquent and informed senior directors that we have here in the county, as well as respected. So I don't think he cares if Costco goes in or not. I can tell you he doesn't. But Tony, give us the short version about the stoplight, because we had a few people say, stoplight, what happened? Explain how that's been part of the process and what happened just last week. And then my follow-up question, and I won't ask it, but if you would answer it, is, are you satisfied with the traffic studies, the traffic counts, and all the things that you do for a living for the county? So stoplight and the traffic study.
Yes, for the record, Anthony Kawaja, Director of Traffic Operations and Planning. we have an approved ordinance for access. And one of the conditions is to provide signals at locations. The issue with providing a signal at the Costco entrance, that proposed Costco entrance, was closer than what we normally would allow. Normally, the distance for a roadway like Rattlesnake Hammock, when they applied, it was under the old ordinance, which permit them to have a signal at a quarter of a mile spacing. Their driveway is at 1,000-foot spacing. These conditions we put in place so we can provide traffic signals that can operate safely and allow for the movement of traffic without interference with other signals that are in the area, especially if we have to coordinate them and provide progression between traffic signals. This was a unique spot. So we have a committee, a group, a panel that consists of 4 professional engineers with the Collier County, 2 planners, and somebody from the sheriff department that discuss if this signal is a good location to have. And, it goes under Trinity, of course, is review to allow the signal or not, if depending on how the panel decides. So we take traffic signals and adding a traffic signal very seriously. We don't want to put a signal somewhere that's going to be reduced capacity, mess up traffic flow, not be able to coordinate it and make it work properly. This is a unique location, of course. Rattlesnake Hammock is, right now it's a dead end, but it is a very wide roadway. It's a 4-lane roadway. Actually, I don't know if I can. I thought while I'm talking to you, you guys can take a look at that intersection, how it's operating. Because that's that approach. Thank you. That's that approach right now as we speak. There is the capacity of that intersection is not fully utilized. There's plenty of capacity at that approach that we can utilize. Like I said, the distance for it's only 1,000 feet, but we looked at how it accommodate pedestrians, how it would. We had Costco do what they called an intersection evaluation study, an ICE. And in the evaluation study, they looked at what type of intersections or controls could work at this intersection. And they eliminated a lot of the ones, keeping it a stop sign, for two-way stop, put a roundabout there or a traffic signal. If you end up with the stop signs, it just does not work. It would fail and it would not operate properly. They looked at the roundabout. The roundabout, in terms of capacity, it would work, but it would have to be a multi-lane roundabout, which is, in Collier County, we're still debating where those belong. So we're still trying to get our people. A traffic signal, however, it gives us the best solution. And it would operate at the level of service A, which means hardly no queuing or no, the way it would be less than 10 seconds.
And Tony, who pays for that light?
That would be part of the development. The developer would pay for the light and the installation. And would have to connect it to that signal at Collier Boulevard so it can be coordinated and we can see it if we need.
But the taxpayers in Collier County and our budget wouldn't pay a penny.
Pay for
it's
that.
Costco
Absolutely.
that pays for it, correct?
Yes. So it was the best solution for the conditions that we have.
Okay. How about the traffic study that you've done analysis on? Are you content that it doesn't have holes? And I know a lot of people that live in this area would disagree and think, man, that intersection must be at max capacity. But the reality, and we work this every day, is that to people who are new arrivals here don't realize what these roads can hold. Doesn't mean we love it. But are you content with the traffic study? Do you feel like it's been thorough? And what can you tell us?
It's still under review, Commissioner. So the capacity analysis, the capacity and the intersection are still under review. We have not totally approved it. We're still looking at also their entrance. We are concerned about their entrance coming out of the gas station. We're thinking that should be a right in only, no right out. We don't want people to make a right out and then make a U-turn at the traffic signal, so we're still working with Costco. These are some of the comments we made for them. And we are still fine-tuning the capacity analysis.
But
to
that's
make sure.
something for us to decide on.
No,
the two
it's
things.
nothing that you guys need
Right.
to look at. We'll make sure it works properly. We make sure that the volume's definitely going to work. It's not an issue, and the signal will work properly.
Lastly, have you gotten any complaints from any of the, I know you work closely with the local gas stations as you work traffic and things like that. Has anything come to your inbox from any of the competitors who are upset with the addition of some possible more gas being sold to Costco members?
No, not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we? I think we have a motion and a second now?
Do we have a motion on 9A?
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passed unanimously. We have 2 items left.
Commissioners, I'm going to recommend that we continue the stormwater item to the next meeting and discuss it then. It requires more time probably than we want to dedicate to it at 5:55 at night, and it's been a long day. But we do have to return to item 11C, which was,
Let's hang on just a second because we haven't continued the other one that you just suggested.
oh, yes, sir.
So, any objection to continuing that?
You want a motion to do that?
Let's go ahead and have a motion to continue it. Just
That is item 11D, just for reference.
I'll move to continue that to our next meeting.
I'll second.
Amen.
It's 11D, right?
Stormwater, yes.
No.
we have a motion and a second. I'd like to amend that to continue it to the first meeting in September of 2027.
Yeah.
All right.
All
All right, we
right.
have a motion and a second to continue to the next meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Commissioners, then that brings us back to item 11C, which we had postponed till the end of the meeting. And I see that we have and we have Mr. Davies and Cormac back here for that to pick back up. Just a reminder, this is regarding the verification letter for the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's funding.
Thank you,
Welcome
Mr.
back.
Chairman. Good afternoon, evening, commissioners. Had the opportunity to speak with your county attorney. Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Chairman. Candidly, I think we're at an agree to disagree posture on how to read that language. My client and I don't think you're bound by signing the form. I certainly respect Mr. Klatzkow's position on that. And so we did have that meeting. I trying to come up with language or a editing of that state promulgated form is just going to bounce the application. So unfortunately, that piece is not going to work. What we've thought through during our time on the other items that you were hearing is potentially reducing that number. Perhaps there's a number that is less than the 120 that we're asking for that you all would be comfortable with as far as using that statute to allow Mr. Bosey to sign the form. There is a reduced number that I wanted to share with you. I'm also open to any other suggestions for trying to take the first step with this project. I do feel obligated to correct the record. I mean, I just want to say, and I appreciate Commissioner Colwell's comments at the end of the last time we were up here. I mean, we have been working on this for months, as you all know, with the county, but for the public's benefit. There were some public commenters that took a different position to that. We filed a zoning verification letter on this property under the Live Local Act. We got that back. We appealed that. That appeal is pending. But we did not pursue that appeal because we worked long and hard with your staff on trying to find a different solution rather than pursuing that appeal. And like I said at the beginning of my remarks earlier, we're really appreciative of your staff's efforts with that because it required thinking outside of the box, especially given the financing deadline that's upon us. And so what we worked on with your staff is how this item evolved and came before you today, which was to get your direction to get a vote of this board to authorize Mr. Bosey to sign that document. There was no intent or interest in trying to have Mr. Bosey make a false statement. The statute and a vote today from you all is what would allow him to affirm the statement requested on the 120 units or some other number that perhaps you're more comfortable with, so that you can be comfortable authorizing him to sign that form. This is also a case-by-case basis situation. There wouldn't be some sort of precedent created. I mean, the form, I understand and appreciate and want you all to be comfortable with authorizing him to sign the form, and that the statement on the form is a correct statement. So that's what we want as well. Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit late, so.
What's the number?
Hang on.
Right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate you sharpening your pencil here a little bit. Where are you leaning? Let's get to the kind of the bottom line here, because we're all getting a little weary.
Understood. We talked about 100. We talked about 105. I mean, every unit that we reduce it is one less unit that we can provide, and one less unit that makes us competitive in this financing process.
How many units would you have gotten under Live Local?
Well, that's where there's a disagreement. I think the county's position is 25, and our position's 91
Per acre.
per
Per
acre.
acre.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, per acre.
Right. Can I?
all right.
Can I ask?
Commissioner McCain.
Yes, and two things. Under our county attorney's opinion with regard to this, if we allow anything other than a 25 per acre, it's putting Mr. Bosey in a precarious position because it's by right. It gives him that density. Am I correct in that assumption?
If you decide on a certain density, that will be the density.
Correct. So if we go anything above 25 units an acre, at your thought processes of 100, 105, it's putting him outside the bounds of the current zoning regulations that we have in place.
Well, no, you could approve this project at a reduced number of units, and then Mr. Bosey could sign the certification.
So the thought process I had was, how about, can we add up to 120 in the application? That would then allow him to sign the letter, not perjure himself. Financing comes through. We go through all the other circumstances that are prevalent, and if it's determined that 80 is the happy number, that's the path. But we're approving up to 120, not anything specific, nor I mean, I understand your interpretation is that that's the cap in the first place, but if we actually, because and again, we're obligated to rely upon our county attorney's opinion on these things, not yours. And if we had that language in there, up to 120.
If you say up to 120, the number is 120.
Yeah, we need to come up with a maximum number.
Yeah.
That we're willing to accept.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but if our staff's telling us that we've established a limit of 25 units an acre under the Live Local Act.
Yeah, that's a by right.
Correct. So if we put anything above that.
Yeah, Cormac Giblin for the record. There are differing paragraphs within the statute. Paragraph 6 is what they're asking for. There is no 25 per acre limit. There is no limit at all, other than what you might feel appropriate.
Yeah.
Paragraph 7 is the Live Local paragraph that establishes it at 25 for projects based on the county's maximum densities. So there's two different paragraphs within the same statute. It's not apples to apples there.
And it's how many acres? 2.1, is that?
2.1, 2.16 acres.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Well, I don't think Commissioner McDaniel's done.
No, I wasn't. I guess because the conversation came up with the unit the request of 120 units. It was putting Mr. Bosey in a position of perjuring himself because we don't have anything currently in our zoning regulation that establishes that.
I think that, well, the statute, what you decide through use of that paragraph of the statute would set the density. I think what Mike was referencing was saying yes now in the certification, but with a caveat. That's where and I think the county attorney has opined to agree with that.
I agree with that. It would be like a motion for X number of units and, rezoning accordingly.
I mean, here's the rub. If we leave 120 on there and you apply for state money, it's for that 120. If in the end, after talking with us and planning the project, it was anything less than 120, I believe by law, you'd have to go back to the state and say, you gave us X number of dollars for 120 units. The county now, after hearing the whole plan and the traffic studies and all the things that are required, aren't comfortable with 120, so the number's gonna be less. I don't think you can keep that total amount because the algorithm was probably based on 120. I mean, I think that's the whole argument here, correct?
Yes, and we'd have to go back to the state and deal with that, and that's at our risk.
I mean, I'm just going to say personally, I think this is a great project. I think we do have plenty of outs that put your money in jeopardy, because I think when the details come to us, there's all kinds of things that we could hate about the project when we really get the presentation on the 120 units. And then if you don't like it, or you disagree, or we disapprove it, then you got to give the money back, and maybe you've got a bunch of money invested. But the initial plan that I saw, I didn't think 120 was excessive. My only part about being a little bit sort of on the fence is we're agreeing to 120, and we really, all we have is one piece of paper. I'm used to having 10 different people come here, just like with Costco, and explain what the project looks like and all the details and all that. But I think when that happened, there's plenty of outs for us to say, wow, now that we have some of the details, I've got like 10 different concerns about this project. And then if it means that the project evaporates and you have to give the money back, that's part of the risk of being a developer. But I'm not sitting here saying that 120 was a showstopper. And I think even a couple of us, we were just looking to see if there was latitude, so that we weren't married to it regardless. And we're not. Because we could always down the road say we got more details, we've got a problem with it, and then then the onus is on you having to give part of the money or all the money back. But that's always a risk. But initially, the project I saw in my office, I wasn't like, oh God, I think it should be 60. I mean, maybe Commissioner Colwell would know more. I'm sure he got a lot more details on this because it's in his district. But the details I got, I think, I don't want to keep you from not moving forward to try to apply to get the money. Hey, you might not get it, and this is all moot, but I support allowing you guys to move forward. And if 120 is what has to be on the form, then that's, I'm okay with it, unless I hear something from my colleagues that I'm missing. I think we're almost peeling back the onion a little too much, but I'm glad we are, because we've got to, it's not our signature on there, it's Mr. Bosie's, but I don't think we're making him sign something that makes him a liar or anything like that.
If you say 120, it's 120.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. And this is, listen, I face value when I saw this project, guys, I was like, this is, we need something like this close in. I mean, it is what it is. This is not too often, and it saddens me a little bit. We have a few city officials here, and they're always clamoring about, they wanted to purchase the old apartments at the end of Fifth Ave South or North, and they didn't have the money because they wanted to create something within their boundaries that they could do something similar like this. But then when it came time that there might be an option to do it, they kind of poo-pooed it and don't want it. It's almost like a NIMBY. We were talking for the last 4 hours. Do it further in the county, not as close to the city. And the sad part is the city by right is a 35 units per acre, from what I understand. So they actually have a greater number per acre by right on the Live Local.
Live Local?
Yeah. So, what's hurting this whole project is just the footprint. I mean, over and over again. It's a great project, but we're trying to shoehorn something on there. And I don't want, and like I told you in the hallway, I mean, Mr. Klotzkow's our attorney of record. He's the attorney for the county. He guides us on what we do. And And if he's interpreting that, and I don't want to go against his interpretation, because it's a good feeling, I just don't think that there's a magic number for us to set some sort of precedence here today, that now that as long as somebody comes with 2 acres, we're going to say, you know what, fill out one of these forms, go to the state, try to get the money, and you can have whatever, 35, 38, 40 units per acre. It kind of circumvents all the work our staff does to set precedents on these properties and what we do allow. So it's a slippery slope. You hear that old saying, it's a slippery slope. And I think at this stage of the game, I'm saddened that we had to get to this point, but it was an option. It's like we called an option play in the huddle. It was like we went one way and it didn't work out because the interpretation initially with the Live Local and how the staff looked at it, it just didn't work out. In your mind, you were thinking it would work out, and then it was a lot of time wasted coming to this point. And I think Mr. Cormack, and when you were at the Affordable Housing Committee meeting, he pulled you aside and said, hey, there's other options, there's other statutes we can visit. But that's rolling the dice. It's not a guarantee. And I had this conversation on the phone. I was getting informed what the attorney's feelings were early in the morning, and he kind of sounded like exactly what he told me, or what he's saying now is what he said at the beginning of the day. And then I got a phone call later in the day saying, well, no, there wasn't going to be no issue of perjury or anything because we can always adjust it. But now we're here in front of everybody in the 11th hour, and I'm hearing the same thing back from the beginning, which I was not comfortable with. I would never ask Mr. Bosey to sign anything that may come back on him. And I have to take my advice from the county attorney on this issue. And this is not what I thought the result would be today, but that's kind of my position. I don't want to set precedents, and I don't want to create a slippery slope that binds us in some sort of issue down the road.
Certainly appreciate the comments, Commissioner. If I may respond quickly, I don't think you're setting any sort of precedent with this. Each of these would be case by case, and ultimately, Mr. Klatsko and I may agree to disagree on whether or not you're bound by this, by the 120, or some other lower number. If you are bound by this, let's accept Mr. Klatsko's advice there, certainly. You can approve that additional density under the statute without creating a precedent based just on this site and this being the right location for this. And again, we've got to come back before you, but if you put that aside, this is something that I think I would just urge you all to think closely about as far as, is this the right property to create an exception for that? It's interior to the county, like you said. You got 30,000 jobs you could walk to, or certainly opportunities for walkability. We've got really good AMI levels, not just the 80% that you're used to hearing about. We've got 22%. Some of these units would rent for $467 a month. That's unheard of, right? We can't do that without the state financing, but we're asking you for that additional density on this site based on those factors without creating a precedent for other sites, and to do that so that, not so that we can get this across the finish line this evening, but so that you can help us get to the starting line. And a no vote on this kills the project, kills the financing, and kills those levels at a really good site with the county, within the county.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you. So just for some clarity, we've got the state statute, section, is it 125?
Yes, sir.
We have leeway on our density approvals with that versus Live Local that we've established 25 units per acre.
Correct.
They're not going Live Local, they're going regular. So I don't understand if we certify a letter that allows them to go ask for financing, how that's congrued to where we are approving a certain amount of units.
Because the form says it's 120 units.
That's what the form says. The form says.
This is not the process or the time for that.
I certify that the city has vested in me. So that's the only thing is.
Okay, so if it doesn't say something about if it's that number equal to that number or higher, they can ask for financing?
Number of units in the development, 120. This number must be equal to or greater than the number of units stated by the applicant in the application. I don't know what that means.
So
it's
a max number.
It creates the max number. So the number on their application has to be 120 or less. That's
No, it
the
doesn't
max.
say that. It says or greater.
No.
That's the minimum
No,
number.
it's like a weird reversed language. If you read it again, it's the
Not
number
English.
in that statement or in that box has to be equal to or greater than what they're stating on their application. So they can put anything up to 120 on their application, but it can't be greater than 120. 120 is the max.
Okay, so I guess is the difference between all of the certification letters that Bosie has signed before, is that because we already had an agreed density?
Yes, he's always signed these things after the board has approved them.
Okay, so really, if that certification letter binds us to the number of units on that application, there's no choice that we have besides to deny that, unless we can come up with something that's agreeable.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. There's got to be a number here. I think the 120, even when we met, I thought that the 120 was high. I like this project, but I was having a hard time getting my arms around 120 units.
Yeah.
You just mentioned that something like 100 might work, but that's it's still a big number, but it's just not quite as shocking as the 120. But is there a number of units that we would all feel comfortable with just saying, okay, we can build X number of units on that parcel? That's the vested number. Is there a number lower than 120 that will work?
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, sure.
Does the parcel, the tip of the triangle, this piece of property is just mind-boggling because the tip of the triangle is governed by the city of Naples.
Which
Even
tip?
though the tip is on our side. We control the side on the city side, and they control the side on the county side. Now that's all going to be part of the purchase, right?
Yes, sir.
But because that's going to stay green space, are you saying because it's governed by the city of Naples that we can't use that footprint to add to the actual acreage?
Yes.
Even though you're going to own it, it's going to be part of your basic invisible footprint. I mean, there's not going to be a border there. Is there a way around that to where the city can just give us a letter saying, hey, that you can govern that?
I thought the city owned that parcel.
No,
Oh,
the
it's
bank
okay.
owns it.
Okay, so you're going to be buying the 2.1 acres plus you're buying the other part. Okay.
So there's 2.16 acres. That's the county property that we're under contract to purchase. That's what the calculations on density units per acre have been based on. There's a 0.61 acre parcel away from Goodlet, okay, that is also under contract. That is zoned in the city, and that's not part of our request today. That would remain green space for that, is at least the plan.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can use that as the footprint because if nobody else is going to go there, you're going to own it. It's going to be, and that would add the size of the dot, and then maybe 35 is a magic number. Maybe, I'm saying then that's an easier pill to swallow than trying to shoehorn it just on this 2 point whatever.
And then there's another parcel that where the office building sits that's 2.5 acres approximately. We're not under contract to purchase that. That is owned by the same group that our seller is owned from. So,
but I was told that's not considered an activity center, so you couldn't slide that as part of the footprint. I don't know. I mean, that was just Monday morning lawyering.
We're not under contract to purchase that one.
I know
so
you're
we're
not.
only here to talk to you about the ones that we're under contract to purchase.
Are there fuel pumps associated with this?
Commissioners, if the parcel was being considered as one parcel, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to find a magic number if the tip, the part that's not going to be developed.
So that would take you to about 92.4 units total with the addition of that triangular tip with a dedication from either by way of title, recorded in their title that it could not be developed and it would be dedicated to green space. Because it's outside of the jurisdictional boundary of Collier County, we would not consider that even within our site development plan. Now, they may consider it within their ERP for stormwater and things like that, but we would not review that. And we could probably make a contingent on the SDP.
That's why I said this is a very unique project.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And I'm just, you know, when we talked about the up to 120, Mr. Klatzkow said, if you make it up to 120, it's 120. I didn't understand that. If it's up to 120, he applies for 120, and if we, through all of the wizardry, decide it's 92 or 80 or whatever, then that's what it is. Up to is not the number. It can be the number, ultimately, but up to gives us that discretion to go to that. It allows him to apply for that. And then he goes through all of the hoops to be able to come back to
The certification doesn't say up to. The certification says the number is. That's the problem.
Right, but if we added in up to.
We can't do that because it's a state form. You know, we can't change their form. They're not going to get the funding if it's changed.
I got you.
So we just need to either approve this at 120 or at another number or not. That's
Well, can I ask one more simple
Sure,
question? If
sure.
we did approve it at 120 and he didn't get his financing, does the property owner have our certification of 120?
a question for Jeff. It
I
sounds like
don't
it.
think so. I think it's contingent.
Well, that's really a legal question.
Good question.
Well, Cormac might know it too.
Are we increasing density with this?
I don't think you're locked into 120 at that point in time. This is a very deal, this is specific to this deal.
Yes. And specific to the conditions that you're willing to approve it under, be it the income thresholds, the height, the zoning restrictions that they've agreed to.
Right.
Commissioner Castro.
Okay, so in interest of moving it forward and seeing if I could maybe be the catalyst. We got a great project needed in this community. The developer, everything that I've seen on paper, these are some of the best people who are involved in this, okay? In my opinion, I think that we'd be stupid, to walk away from this. And we're sitting here going, well, would 100 be 20, 120 or whatnot? I think, no decision will please everybody. We just found that out with 12 hours of Costco discussion. I make a motion that we leave 120 on there. We allow you to go forward to the money for the money. That remains to be seen. If you get it, you come back here and there's all kinds of gyrations and things you'll have to go through. There's always a risk that in part of the presentation we may not like the answers on traffic or this or that. But having said that, everything that I saw looked like you guys had sharpened your pencils. No disrespect to the county attorney, but he's supposed to make sure we don't do anything illegal, immoral, or unethical, but he's not the sixth commissioner. And I think on this particular project, and I've even heard from other people, out at the county and the city and people who also think it's a great project, I just think we'd be foolish to walk away from this project because I don't think 120 is excessive. I think with the people you have involved, you're going to make it work and fit on there beautifully, and it's going to be a great addition. And so I might be in the minority here, but I make a motion that we approve it with 120. We allow you to move forward, and we continue to see what happens with the process. I'll just throw that out there and see if I've got any support for that motion.
Commissioner Hall.
Would you be okay with 105? Because they said 105.
Sure. Yeah. I just think we shouldn't just say.
I can support 105.
Okay, so I'll change my motion and say we'll make it 105 to show that we, sharpened our pencil a little bit more to be, to be more supportive of all the moving parts, but I'll make a motion at 105. Cormac?
Just one caveat, if you start changing, and 105, no problem, but just realize that the income split may need to be adjusted to equal 105 instead of 120.
Do we really think, and I appreciate Commissioner Hall chiming in, at least we try to put some meat on the bone here. Do we really think 15 units is a showstopper? Are we really accomplishing anything by going from 120 to 105? A lot of times in this room, we shave something in half. We just had a Costco guy that wanted to put in 40 gas pumps, and we just spanked him for that and educated him on how the process works. But, I'm still comfortable with 120 to get other commissioners to feel more comfortable, especially Commissioner Colwell, because this is in his district and he'll get a lot of questions on it. I want to see what he was comfortable with, and sometimes even just making a small change with a few numbers shows that at least we try to find common ground in the middle. I'm comfortable with 120, but if it doesn't get the votes, then I'm also supportive of adjusting the number if it meant. Do we need just a majority or a supermajority? I didn't look at my...
Super.
We need super? Okay, so you need 4 votes. So I'll say 120. Commissioner Hall chimed in with 105. He'd be supportive of 105. What do the other commissioners, how do they feel? You need 4 votes for you to do anything. So I'll make a motion at 120. Do I have a second at 120? I feel like I'm at an auctioneer here. Do I have a second at 120? I don't. I'll amend that and make a motion at 105. Do I have a second at 105?
Second
I
that.
have a motion and a second. And I understand your comment, Commissioner LaCastro, that we're trimming something, and is 15 units really that much of a difference? I don't know if it really is. It sounds like an awful lot when you start talking about 120 units.
Well, it depends on the price of the.
Yeah, I understand. But anyway, you have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? We'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. So, Mr. Bosey, you can sign that form at 105 units.
No gas pumps.
No gas pumps. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Anything else, Ms. Patterson, on the agenda?
No, sir, unless there's anybody that wants to provide public comment on general topics. Apparently not. No? All right, that brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. I will say I have nothing. County Attorney.
As well as I.
All right. Commissioner Colwell, do you have anything to add before we adjourn?
I got about 25 things I want to talk about. No.
Send it to the hex.
That was a long day. I got a long drive ahead of me tonight, so appreciate it.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Nothing. Thank you, gentlemen.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yeah, well, and just one quick topic. How do you feel about giving direction to staff to bring back the review of that arbitrary 500-foot spatial differential for gas stations for us to maybe eliminate that?
I think that'd save 3 hours of our time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so directed.
Started at 1.
It was 5 hours.
Yeah.
It was, but that's my only comment. I'd like to staff to review that and for us to bring it back, and that. In
Mr.
my
French has indicated a thumbs up. I don't have
Yes.
any issue with bringing it
Okay.
back for discussion.
Okay.
carry on.
All right.
I'll just say thank you to my colleagues for the time that you took on Costco. No decision pleases everybody, and I'm sure especially me, we'll get all kinds of spears and rocks and everything. But the comment that was made, if people were supportive of Costco, where are they? I would just say check your inbox. I would say I didn't take a poll or keep score, but there were plenty of supporters. And we also don't vote on a popularity contest, so we look at the law. We look at are there 10 things we would have preferred on that piece of property? Yeah, possibly, but Costco comes forward and nothing's illegal, immoral, or unethical. And I will tell you that, my inbox is already starting to explode, and it's from people that are thanking us for our due diligence and our hard work, and think we made the right decision. So thanks very much. I'm sure we're adjourned.
I have nothing to add as well. We are adjourned.
Yay. Terry, just so I get it correct.